Okay, so anyway, another day. I had a great difficulty going to sleep last night, obviously, the first day. So it's a little bit different when you're living with the person that dies like that because there's an awful lot of guilt involved, which is probably not warranted. Um, so I'm really grateful that they're doing an autopsy because I think that will help me. Um, so, um, like delay of response type of thing. Yeah, it's like that when it probably wouldn't even have mattered. I was like looking up stuff last night. Just, I'm pretty sure that the medical examiner people, I guess they're not the medical examiners, like some bit of confusion because we kept being told the medical examiner. But I think they said they're not doctors. Maybe they're not doctors. Yeah, I don't know. So I'm pretty sure they said that they examined him and that he didn't have any injury to his head. Okay, so I don't think there can't be like a delayed response factor there if something burst. Yeah, just, but I suppose, like I said, it's better too that he wasn't like out in his truck or something when something like that happened. And then you get police come to your house. It, I don't know. He probably would have preferred what happens than to be like out in the public or something. So who knows? Maybe if we had driven to the food pantry that day, it would have happened that day. And that's why God broke his truck. Yeah, because he only lived another week after that. And he, like I said he didn't fail well. And I think, well, that's not atypical that he would fall asleep and not. And I'd wake up in the morning and go, did they have dinner last night? Right. So, anyways, she's been up. She was already sitting on a throne when I went down there, and then she went back to bed. I don't want to disturb her, but eventually I'm going to have to get her out of bed. Yeah. Cindy's supposed to be coming over. So um, she did a big, huge poop in that thing. She obviously can get out of the bed onto the porta potty and into the wheelchair. So I don't know how much of what was going on was because they were having problems and it was like a potty war and it was like a way to constantly have interactions and attention and yelling and stuff. I don't know. Or she's just like overstimulated because of what's happened, and then she'll go back into one of her things. It may even be worse. But yeah, just in terms of, I explained it again that I recall her telling me that they looked at a house, and then all of a sudden, after I came here, I looked it up, and there would, according to the internets on this laptop, someone purchased this house in July of 2021, right at the time they were looking at it, and has been charging these people rent since they moved in here. Okay, so it gets wicked, sort of like, I don't even want to know anymore the stuff that people are doing. I avoid it for a reason. I can't handle the stress of it. Okay, so yeah, just honestly, at this point, for me, it seems illogical to keep me in this house with her, especially if it's going to have a constant interaction with people that I purposely avoid. Like, I don't see how that's going to work out. Even just given the past 12 hours, I can't handle it. I have a medical condition, and everything I've been through, I just can't handle it. It's similar to, I remember the way that he was talking. He would get like that too. So, yeah, like it seems, unless she would have to admit that she absolutely doesn't want to do it, right? So you go, okay, I don't really see a reason why that person would be in charge of the woman's finances if she doesn't want to care for her. Okay, it's just, I'm an adult and I'm not mentally incompetent. Okay, so it's like that type of a decision would have to be made. I don't know if that's what happened in 2021. And Tommy said the same thing. Okay, just, she's a nurse. All she has to do is pack her up and bring her to her house. And then if she wanted to, she could call and order a dumpster and I can clean out the house or just leave. Yeah, like, yeah, just they have shelters in Boston, and there's a hospital for homeless people to die in. It's just too much. Like everything is, you've got to be trapped. You're gonna die in a shelter or die in the street, or you have to be under their control. So that's why people choose to die outside. It's just, I haven't even had a chance. It's been one day, a little bit more. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning, 20 past 6 when I found him yesterday morning. So I haven't even had a chance to go out to Quincy. Like today would have been the day. Almighty has a way of doing things too. Today would have been the day she was going to go to a doctor's appointment and then come here. I don't have to walk there. There's trains and buses. I have $20, right, to find out about the SNAP food card. But anyways, it's difficult when I don't have contact information for any homeless people, right? It just, yeah, like there seems to be an across the board inversion to all of these people about doing that. So that, yeah, like that's okay. It doesn't matter what this woman's wishes ever were in her life. She's been saying it for about 10 years. She thought they were going to turn her house into a homeless shelter. But it's all good. Nope. The same thing, Tommy did the same thing to her. Okay, so it's just, I understand the aspects of it, like supposedly you're concerned about her. That's okay. Um, yeah, like the stress of it. I'll be dead just like him. I'll be dead in a month. Yeah, just I'm better off at a shelter if that's how it's gonna be. It's just too much. Yeah, it's probably what Scott thought yesterday. He went up the stairs, had a 2-minute conversation in his head, and went, "Nope." And it's almighty, right? It explains why all of these people were given housing opportunities before this happened, because it's just not meant to be. Okay, like either she's staying in a house with me and I become the thing that Tommy was doing, or she's going to her daughter's house and she takes over her finances. Like, when you have time to think about it, you just go, no, I'm done with all this. Like clearly, whoever bought this house has been playing like they're a landlord. I don't know if they were teaching him to pay rent. Why doesn't she have a Section 8? Why is she even paying rent? Get it? She was displaced from her house via an eviction, and she's disabled elderly veteran. So this whole entire thing is fucking nauseating, truly. So I think those people know that there's not a way that the VA is ever going to have a conversation with me that anything where they're talking like that in an insanity. You go, why doesn't she have a Section 8? Oh, we don't do that. We're the VA. Okay, well, is she in a hospital bed in your hospital? Bye. Call her daughter. Is that what happened with Kathy? Did Kathy go, I'm done. I'm not dealing with this. These people are mentally insane. That might have been what happened with Kathy. It's just like the people at the shelter. They're going to be the new HUD and control your life, like room checking, checking your bags, no overnight guests. You might as well live in a shelter where there's other people. So, anyways, just everything has to happen in the middle of an extinction. I know we're in a bombing campaign and everybody's been on a lockdown, and now we have to have all this stuff. That's what people are completely running amok because they believe that they can when they cannot. This is a brief period of time, which isn't pleasant for me either. I feel like I'm about to have a bleh. I don't know if it's probably from the radiation. Everyone's probably doing that. Why is she going for an ultrasound? I know you just go, that's a flurry of activity right there. I'm still on my coffee, so I'm naturally, yeah, I mean, to be honest, I'm actually less sort of enraged than I typically am. Yeah, like it's probably like hot flashes mixed with my typical morning routine. And I don't know how much of it is like picking up on other people's vibes. that remains to be seen since he passed away. How much of that rage and like stress and stuff was emanating from him. So just, well, I'm starting to get over it, I think. Yeah, because it's like now it's been 24 hours. Like at first, it was like every time I stepped into that bathroom. Yeah, like every time you open the door, you go, yep. And then it takes you like your brain to adjust to the person is actually gone. It's like it is rather shocking. Just everything you do in your routine because I've been here for 2 years. Yeah, a year and a half, 22, 23, 24. I've been here for 2 years. Yeah, 2 years last month. So that's a long time. And like I said, I was actually living with the man over there. We've been living together for like 13 years. Not these people have been living with us, but sometimes people react to stress and grief differently. So I don't want to be mean. Yeah, I really don't want to be mean. It's just difficult for me, everything I've been through and just the stress I'm under right now. When I thought, again, I was going to be able to relax because she was doing better. So, yeah, just it's never ending into the 14th year because people are so psychopathically deranged. It has nothing to do with misunderstandings and all this other horse crap. So now it might actually get worse again if people are starting to die like that because everything is my fault. I'm not nuking you. I'm not a witch. Right? I don't give you your genetics. It's just how can everything be my fault? What would you expect God to do for me to be able to live? Anyways, tired. Yeah, just my back and stuff. Just it's my off days and stuff too. It was supposed to be Cobb week. What is today? The 3rd. Obviously, my mind is not really on that right now, but I want to make sure I'm standing up and stuff. Like even yesterday, I'm not used to being upright that long. Believe it or not, it's like him, but not as extreme as his. I have high blood pressure too, and I don't take blood pressure medication. So I try. There's certain things in my life that I really try to avoid for my own health. And yeah, these people will trigger just severe anxiety and PTSD because they're so manic, right? And then it obviously it brings up all this stuff from the past 14 years about stuff that has been said, everything. Like yesterday, that's the person who screamed, I abandoned my kids at me at a gas station. And I have to be cordial because she's here to comfort her grandmother. You just go, what's the littlest amount of talking I can actually do? I don't like to be two-faced, but there's just, what are you going to do in that situation? You have to put a mask on, right? And then just say very little. It's for her sake that they came over here, right? So I stay out of it and let her talk to them and stuff, and you just go. The other thing too, you can tell from these people, obviously, no time has really elapsed since I came up here in November 2011. Uh, so, right, just as an FYI, I just sitting in a house or sitting in a shelter, year 14, just listening to people, watching them flutter around in their own personal delusions. From my point of view, that's my reality, especially with a nuclear bombardment going on. And then right off the bat, maybe it was the COVID vaccine. Like, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose, and that's why it gets so. I can't have anything to do with this. We're going to say he died from a COVID vaccine. I'm not in a caste system. Yeah, that stuff will just make me completely lose my mind. I have to maintain my composure. I can't be getting into it. And she's super duper aggressive. So you just go, you have to say nothing when she's talking. Purgatory. You're watching my videos and you're asking me if I believe in purgatory. I clearly don't. I'm not a Christian, right? Just, you guys are Christians, right? So, that concept is probably a twisted version of, um, my loved one has been dead for 5 years and I haven't found them. Like, they knew about cycling. And so it's like, you go, I don't know, they're in another place for some sort of a, like I was talking about, if Brian died, it would make sense to me that he would do that to heal himself before rebirth. And then you go, you're not even going to tell me what's going on with the guy. And then I stay in limbo about that too. For your enjoyment. Okay. It is what it is. Yeah, I mean, obviously, this contraption is set up in some sort of whacked out psychopathic insanity of nonstop hatred, where for some reason it matters to these people that I'm supposed to think that I'm completely alone and no one ever cared about me in my entire life. Obviously, it's as bad as you abandon those kids, but it's nonstop. So, whatever that is within them, right, just waiting for God to put them down, like I said a million times. So, um, it's probably wishful, hopeful thinking that I'm hoping that there's some significance in terms of what's going on around me. And it's like this: they will continue to act like it's not. God already told me. They will continue to act like it's not and try to like prevent me from talking anybody to keep that delusion going, to absolutely keep that delusion going, to keep me a hostage. Like, it's like a desperation to hold on to a false belief. Obviously, yeah. I mean, I have issues occasionally, and it's stress. I feel like I swallowed a rock again. And after yesterday, yeah, you just go. I guess I'm going to be the next person to just go bleh and just die. That's what I would have to assume. Except, yeah, like he must have just had like an immediate cardiac arrest and because there was no splatter on the wall or anything. You would think if he went like vomited blood when he was pooping, that, yeah, just whoa. It's seriously got to be that. Like, I was comforting myself again last night because I go, how could a person bleed that much if he fell and like hit his head? And yeah, like, I mean, yeah, he probably was laying there quite a bit of time. I have no idea how long because I don't know what time was the last time that I tried to check the bathroom, other than I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. So some people do go to bed at that time of night. Yeah, I generally during the day, I don't generally go, oh, it's 3 o'clock. I go, oh, I got to urinate and check the time. I don't do that. So, in like my life, the way it is, good luck asking me times and stuff. You just go, I just live here. He's her caregiver. I don't even know what a bill is, how he pays it. Oh yeah. I have no That's how it's been. This It'll go into the 14th year because people have decided I'm completely mentally insane and mentally incompetent, but yet I'm not given a means to live or housing. It's possible I'm completely insane and completely incompetent. That is possible. And that they do this to people that are insane and incompetent. And then they just let you die in the street. Yeah, tired of trying to figure it out. I'm not really a big fan of figuring it out. I know there's a Holy Bible that tells me we're in the Passover, and we have been since 2011. Um, I took several photographs where you at least have people on an internet saying they can see a 2 5 star, but yet this still goes on. So explain that in terms of profound insanity. No, I think that she genuinely, I think she planned to take her to her house. That was her original plan, and she should stick with that and not worry about Mary Gladys. It's probably better if she thinks I'm a world class asshole so that she can release herself of that and I just die in a shelter all alone. Like, true to God, really. Yeah, I mean, from the second she got here, I think that was really her thinking that she clearly was going to have to take her to her house with Tommy being gone. So she should stick with that. It was only per the conversation that she started feeling guilty, right? Because she offered for me to go there with her. So she never intended to take over the thing and pay a rent here. That's crazy. If she's been living in her house all this time and she's a homeowner, why would you, yeah, just take that money for yourselves so the two of you can live and you can help your children out just like Candy was doing. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It's like this was a place for me to lay down and cook. Because of my medical condition, I tried to go to the shelter again and I got swollen. So that's why I came back here. That is why I came back here. I got swollen. Brian didn't show up for the movie, so I came back here. Okay? I tried to leave here again a year ago. I don't need to stay here. Right? I mean, obviously, it would have been nice to stay here and maybe have like a friend or a life, but it's just not meant to be because of everything that's going on. People are, I don't need a 4 bedroom house. These people won't even give me like a studio. And you go, how are you people all getting housing like that? They've got to just, in their mind, just make up something. Is that why they continue to work? Because they have to have an excuse for this? Okay, that's fine. Whatever keeps them calm for the rest of the time. But it has nothing to do with that. These people have never told me to work. They've never said that's the reason why I don't get Social Security, why they shut a medical disability off, why they don't give me housing. They've never said that. So it's just a holocaust. So it is what it is. Just a complete hatred for a woman that was doing nothing but sitting in a house with 6 minors. So it really is that. It's just I'm tired of all of it. So, anyways, the positive part is when she takes her to her house and I go back to a shelter, this all ends. Not even, it's just like last year, not even laptops go with me. And I don't know if that's why they made sure I had a telephone, like they're addicted to it. I have no idea, or that's what, because you had to do phone interviews with everybody. Okay, you don't have to partake in that to live in a shelter, right? Okay, fantastic. They can't actually force me to do medical care because they shut off my health insurance. It's almighty. He's making sure because he controls people's minds. Right. They're going to punish me by shutting off my health insurance. They're not going to force me to have medical treatments, which is obviously a living, breathing nightmare. And God would have to do the same thing to me that he just did to Tommy if they ever thought of doing that. And they're just out of control psychopathy. So sometimes you just have to accept it when God goes, I'm killing everybody now, Mary. So this really, you're not even going to have time to move out of that house. You're not even going to live till the 16th. It's possible that's going on. I had no inclination that that was going to happen to Tommy. So it makes it too stressful to know things. So, yeah, like whatever that is, why would you have all these people with the same thing at the same time and then they're shutting off everybody's communications? So it's probably got something to do with so much radiation that our bodies are breaking down. Yeah, like if she doesn't have polycystic kidney disease and a history of high blood pressure, I have those symptoms too. It's just that I'm so fit that everything stays squished up like this. I mean, you can see it in the photograph with Brian. It goes up, it goes down. I've been like hardcore following a program to get it like this again. It's been like this before, and then I'm generally forced outside. It's the forced to be upright all day like that. I'm not used to it. Whenever they do it to me, the same thing happens. That's why they enjoy doing it. They're that sick. So, anyways, finishing my coffee and then I'll have my soda. That's what I wanted to check. Did I already drink 2 bottles of soda? Has it been that long since I got that soda? I guess so. I didn't think it had been that long. And I drank more of it yesterday than I typically do because yesterday was obviously an extremely stressful day. I went to go take the dog out and I saw that the dog had already urinated on the floor, so that's good. I found the leash, put it on a hook by the door, so I'll have to make sure it goes outside at some point because it took a poop yesterday. So, right now I have 2 windows open that have probably never been open in this house since they got here. And I know it's supposed to rain, so I'm not going to be able to keep them open, but just to get some air flowing that's never flowed through the thing. Just remember how happy I was when I first got here, by the way? When after 2 months on the grounds and he came out there and said I could come back in, I was like, oh my God. Yeah, because it was March and it was probably like a sunny day, and it was like, oh my God, like it was so different than the other house. And went upstairs and I was like, I'm gonna do writing. Remember that? I'm gonna write like horror things. 2 years have gone by. 2 years. I'm gonna do horror things. I'm gonna do like this and that. And then all of a sudden, you don't have to be down here all the time. That's what I'm saying. No, she obviously has the same condition, and there's no way in heck I'm dealing with it. Like, I already went to Plymouth with Brian with her. It's just not going to work out. That's why I won't go to her house. You got to know your limitations. It doesn't mean she's a bad person. It's just, it's not going to work out with her and I. I'm not, it doesn't mean that she's doing it on purpose, but I can't respond to anything like, are you okay? Or the words okay, just so you know. Just consider it my mental insanity. It has to do with other people that are mentally insane. I'm not Oklahoma. Nope. So anything like that, that's why I respond in different words. Just so people know. It's like, yeah, I don't really think it's PTSD. Right, just it's gonna be like we'll see. It's only the second day, but just some things that are actually normal are not normal with me. Right, it's just not. So I gotta take a shower myself. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. It's probably better if she is still in bed when she gets here because then she can see that Mary's too incompetent and she'll take her to her house. Honestly, you got to think like Bill Cosby sometimes and go, I just don't want to go into a shelter. And you just go, that's not really a reason to take all this on because you don't want to go into a shelter. But that is what happens to people. That's why I've been living with these people for over 13 years because they took my children in my house and will not give me a means to live. It's such a profound insanity that they've been convinced to kill everybody on the land piece because of it. But they don't know that's why. They'll tell themselves that's not why, but that is why. God's making them do it. Not I did it. Not I did it. You got to talk to other people, and then they will all act like that has nothing to do with anything. 2 5 star. It has nothing to do with anything. Just Scott, whenever the look on his face when I said they shut the thing off, he was like, He must have just got some kind of an income or something. Yeah, just what? Because you took part in their courtroom drama and then you contacted Cindy is probably why. Unless he already had an income or he's work, he might say, I don't have an income. I'm work. I mean, I don't get a thing. I'm working because he does usually work. Yeah, I don't have an. Very. I don't know if I've ever had anything bad to say about Scott. To be honest with you, I just his business is his business. He's not a 12-year-old. He's got to be close to 40 by now, right? Right. Just stay in Rhode Island so you can visit your children and stuff, unless you're not allowed to. I don't know. Again, not my business. Not really interested in talking about other people's business. Just a bunch of people came over yesterday and made their business in my ears, but I still don't really want to talk about it. But I can see that it's sort of like God's way of explaining it to them. Yeah, Scott would probably get it. Like, why would I just be here like a week ago? And I'm trying to discuss that very thing, and Tommy ignores me because Tommy never would have let him stay here. He would have said no, just like Brian and Karen and Michael. Um, it, the Yeah, and then all of a sudden, you just get an apartment and the dude dies. I would take that as a sign to not do it. Right, I would take it as a sign to not do it because it's kind of like this. You don't know how long she's gonna live, so it's inevitable that I'm gonna end up in a shelter. It's really kind of pointless when someone's 89 to be like, I mean, even 2 or 3 years ago, right? If you went, yeah, because you're sort of like underestimating my medical state. Yeah, and like I said, what if she fell on the floor? I can't pick her up. So, yeah, it's just the handwriting's on the wall. I'm probably way too medically compromised to take this on. So, yeah, it's not really a shelter. They can't force you to work as far as I know unless something's changed. Anything's possible. You just go. It is what it is. Just it doesn't matter if you're medically ill. There isn't even any more medical anymore. And then that's you've got to suffer because they're being killed off by God because they're so wretched. So again, I've got to suffer. It's a nonstop. I've got to suffer, no matter what I do or don't do. You just know by this the words help out. You just understand your limitations. Like in Plymouth, as soon as you met Brian, you wanted to give him a job to do. You wanted to give him work, and he needed to go to a hospital. He might be dead too. He needed to go to a hospital. He was like physically, you could tell he was not well. And she was still trying to give him work. So, no, it's just not a good, no. That's why never in a day. I already stated that. Yeah, just, I needed to find out exactly what the deal was here. Like, I was kind of hoping that Tommy lied and that he literally purchased this house and said it was rent. That's what I was hoping. But clearly, I saw the bank statement, so it's not that. He clearly lied about things, but he wasn't lying about that, unfortunately. And I don't know if he didn't know that someone bought this house right as he was looking at it, because I would think he would have been flipped out and rented a different house. Yeah, you just go, how is this house being bought by somebody the second that it's called a satellite? These people are monstrously insane, dude. Look at my life. Look at this. They're monstrously insane. That's why God is killing them. So the second they look at this house, contemplating buying it, someone else buys it as they're kicking them out of that house in a complete, profound, profuse, morbid insanity. They were going to make sure that I ended up on the ground trying to kill me. Okay? That's why they fought a war over a federal ban on evicting me from that house. So they waged an entire war. Yeah, you don't want to get into a war here. It's pointless. They might do the same thing. Yeah, so because you got to think, Who is that deranged that bought it, that Tommy's paying the rent to? I want nothing to do with that. I want nothing to do with that. Yeah, you just go, what if that person is completely a lunatic and starts making up excuses to keep coming here to talk to me? No. Like, the more I think about it, it's sort of like the Roman Quincy. Just that in itself is like danger, because the person couldn't do that with Tommy here. Right. The person couldn't do that with Tommy here, and she was still walking around. So I know it's only been a day. You don't even know. All of a sudden, oh, I heard the obituary, so I knew that he was a tenant of mine. I'll be leaving. Yep, I'll be leaving. Thank you. Goodbye. Get it? Yeah, I do get it. Yeah, so that's probably my contemplation and answer to that. But before she even gets there today, just I've been thinking about it. I don't know unless she shows up and says something different, but when she gets here, whatever it is she was thinking about all night, I'm sure she'll express to me. But I'll just be like, yeah, I've been thinking about it, and I really think it's better if you just take her to your house for the rest of the time, given her age and her condition, and I'll just go to the shelter, and then whatever with this, I wouldn't even worry about it. Just like I said last night, you just go through the house and pick out what you want. His truck isn't paid off. Like, she immediately was talking about that yesterday, but I don't know. She probably has a way to get that trailer to her house or something. She wanted to give it to Scott. So Scott clearly has some sort of vehicle. So all he needs is one of those hookups and drive the thing out of here. So I've never been inside the thing, and she took the keys when she went. How's that for symbolism? No, it doesn't even really bother me. She's basically doing me a favor because I'd be obligated to stay here and not leave this woman by. You can't leave an 89-year-old woman in a house and when she die. I guess I'll wait till Cindy gets here to take a shower because I gotta figure out about getting her out of bed at some point. I definitely want to take a shower and shave. It's supposed to rain for like days, so I know I'm married to. Cindy said she's not working the whole rest of the week, and what's today, Wednesday? I know it's supposed to rain right now for like what, 3 days. I know you just go, okay. It's not like, oh, the cops are here again over there, not here at the house, the place they've been. Yeah, I mean, she's offered several times to take me to a store, but she's coming by herself. So when she's here, I'll probably go over to the Stop and Shop. Uh, the soda costs more there. It's the same distance. I noticed yesterday the walk went by wicked fast walking down to Dollar Tree. I used to think that walk felt way longer than Stop and Shop, but I was probably so stressed out by everything that it went by fast. But yeah, I definitely like I'm torn about this business about people watching my videos and stuff. Like, yeah, because it's just I don't really want to be mean. Yeah, I don't really want to be mean to people. I really don't. It's just um, obviously Daniela never texts me back from the shelter, so I would assume she's not working there anymore, but they're also intercepting all of my texts and phone calls in a profound insanity. You have to think about beings so because it's been going on so long with unbridled money and technology. Okay, I just explained it. These people look at a house as they're being evicted because the goal is to get me on the ground in Quincy fucking Center. That was the goal in 2021. So they literally had to take a woman's house, not they cared anything about her well-being or anything. Get it? 2020 wouldn't put her in an ambulance, right? Because at that point, I may have gotten control of her money and then I couldn't be a hostage anymore. I am 100% waiting for God Almighty to kill you people that have been doing this. You know who you are. And life does come to an end that fast, by the way. Boom, and you're dead on the fucking ground. No amount of medical team is going to save a person. If that was an aortic rupture, no amount of medical team is going to save a person. So, anyways, that was the goal. And then they pretend they're fighting it. Oh, it's a federal ban on eviction. And then all of a sudden they overturn it. It's all a bunch of crap. Okay? It's all a bunch of crap. I remember the guy coming to the house going, my company bought this house. You people are monstrously insane and God is killing you all. Just as an FYI. You're monstrously mentally insane. You're criminals. Okay? So, anyways, that's what happens when you go insane and you take over computer systems and technology and satellite dishes and a printer. It's just something that happens to people. They go mad because there's nobody to bat you down but the Almighty, and I believe He's doing that now. Okay. So I'd say your time is extremely short now. So, anyways, they got me out of there. They did all that to try to kill me in Quincy. They literally tried to kill me, then put me outside, again, trying to kill me. And then he had to actually pay the same people a rent. He may have not even known that, but it's obviously the same people. He had to pay the same people that just evicted him out of a house rent on another house. Like they're going to teach him how to pay rent. Because you don't live in a house that someone owns. They're helping him. They're going to help him learn how to pay rent. Like Monopoly. They're so deranged. Okay, so yeah, you just go, yeah, I think, she calls them, they call her back. Yeah, I think maybe she just takes her mother to her house and you leave these people the fuck alone. How about that? Once and for all. You leave these fucking people alone. And your fucking madness. So, anyways, some of it might be coming from her because I just heard noises. So I'm gonna have to go downstairs. Let's see, let me close this window first. dog shit all over the floor. That's what that noise was. I don't know how it made that noise. It almost sounded like her cane falling, but she's still in bed, sleeping. So, since she was already up, me and Cindy's on our way over, so I probably could take a shower since I just checked her and she's sleeping. I can hear her breathing. I have some soda. Oh, wait, the soda's downstairs too. I gotta go down there again. I forgot I put it in the fridge. That was probably the gist of his exercise. Candy was like that too, where she thought when she was shopping. But I mean, stairs are better than shopping. Just going up, I don't even go up and down those stairs like that. I wasn't moving freely about the house because people have brain disease and they're wicked territorial. And I was living with two of them. So now, because one of them passed away, a third one is now going to take his place, apparently. So, anyways, that's why I don't want to be mean, and she's even more sort of aggressive and all over the place. Yeah, just, oh God. Hello? Hi. Yeah, she was up, but she's sleeping now. So I've left her alone. Like typically I'd probably start trying to get her to get out of bed, but I already saw her up sitting on her thing. She urinated in it. So she's in obviously I don't know how much sleep she got last night. So oh yeah, I was up till like 2 or 3. Yeah, just weird. I still woke up like at my regular time, so I'm just kind of like yeah. Yeah. Oh no, I'm fine. I'm not doing anything here anyway. So I was the same thing about the shower. I was like, should I get her up first or wait for Cindy to get here before I take a shower? But yeah, I just checked her, so I'm like, I'll probably just take a shower while she's still sleeping like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, okay, good. It was still her number. Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, yeah, Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, that's up to you. Yeah. But I was going to say about the phone, you can probably still access the phone numbers because they're going to probably shut his phone off. Yeah. But you can still access the numbers, right? Okay. So you don't care if the phone gets shut off. Don't pay that. Yeah. They all people do this because I look out at people's family that died, and I was like shocked by it because I'm not usually around people that have family. I know like but it's always a bunch of I don't know if it's just a reaction to stress. Like, yeah, yeah, some of it is probably like you don't want like yeah. She's probably thinking that though. Sometimes it's like subconscious, you know, like yeah. I know. I was like, yeah, you know, it's gotta be some sort of weird like, reaction to grief. Yeah, yeah, because there's not gonna be small, so it's like you want to hold on to it till once. Yeah, they can't have as much guilt as me. That's why I'm waiting for like the autopsy to go. Wouldn't it make any difference if they found the world? You know, I'm just like, I know that, I know, yeah, I know that logically, but it's just, oh my god, like, one five is like, but I honestly have to see how that blood out there. Yeah, like I just kind of based on, yeah. Well, didn't the woman that examined him, didn't she say that? She goes, I examined like his face and he doesn't have an injury. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, because I know you didn't see him positioned there. It really looks like he didn't even move. Like he just fell and just went dead. Like boom. You had to like see it. Yeah, you had to see it. Like you. Yeah, like he. They call it like a frog position. Do you know what I'm like in yoga? That's the only way I can explain it. Yeah, like his it. Yeah, like his legs weren't even like straight. From my recall, I didn't stare at him a long time, but it was like his legs weren't even like straight. Yeah, yeah, and his pants were down, and he was just completely face down. Like I didn't see his head. I opened the door and saw his legs there, and I went, "Oh my god!" And saw that the toilet was open with shit on it. Yeah, I opened the door, saw that, and went right downstairs to the phone and called 911. So I didn't even like. I remember seeing that I could see there was red stuff there, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, yeah, you know how you just kind of like a split second, you're in shock. Yeah. Yeah, because if you ever go in that bathroom, yeah, I couldn't even open the door because he was right there. Yeah, they were saying that about it being a small, tight area. So you go, but I'm pretty sure she said that they at first they thought he might have fallen, like got like hit his head or something. Okay, no, I'm confirming it. You heard her say all right. Okay, yeah, like gravity or whatever. Especially when you're on your belly, probably. Mhm. Yeah, 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 hmm, yeah. You're just doing the same thing that I said I was doing. So they're doing us a huge favor by doing an autopsy. I'm sure because they were saying that because of his age and that he didn't have like a documented medical. Because I guess if you have a documented medical, they don't even do autopsies. They just go, yeah, it's got to be that. Yeah. Sometimes it sucks having all that mystery out there, and then for like 6 months we'll still be talking about it like that, like a madness. So I'm glad that they're doing that. I'm not sure if they did that when they were here. I would think they were probably supposed to do that when they were here. No, I only know it from watching like court cases. Like I think they're supposed to take their temperature like right there and stuff, and then yeah. So I don't. I'm assuming they did that. I don't know. I was downstairs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 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 Oh, okay. Yeah, like waking up to like another day. I was totally thinking that too. It's like God. It was like God explaining to us why we couldn't sleep because we're not that smart, you know. Especially when we both think the same thing. We're not psychiatrists, so that's going to be God explaining it to us. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. I actually remember that because I remember that. I don't know if I was talking to you then or someone else told me, but I think I was talking to you then. Like you really liked him. Yeah, 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 yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, definitely. No, no. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, bye. Alright, so she hasn't left yet. She's gonna take a shower first. So I guess her and Jake got the phone partially charged because they're gonna shut it off today, but they only need the phone numbers anyways. So I guess he's basically just like me. There wouldn't be a person that he would call on his phone. Right. So I understand that. So anyways. Uh, it depends. She might not be thinking that right now because it's 9 o'clock and her doctor's appointment's at like 1. She may end up not getting here until afterwards. But it's in Dedham. So he still had Christine on his phone. And it's like she still has the same phone number. That's like amazing. That's how he was too. He's had the same phone number and the same phone forever. You just go. I guess I probably would too because I don't lose things. Yeah, if I had the ability to keep paying a bill or our criminals would stop shutting my Assurance Wireless phone off, I would have the same phone. I still had it, even though it was corrupted with all sorts of nonsense and shut off. That was the one I gave Brian to use that he couldn't even use. I explained it to him, but you literally had to sit there like I tried to do it too, and you people still would go in there and mess with it. It's just, or it's a virus that does it, but clearly someone put it on the phone. So, yeah, let's not have that type of nonsense again. That was, anyways, have a little bit disorder. She concurred to just let her sleep. When I had to pick up the dog poop, I noticed that she did actually urinate in that thing because I changed it last night. So she's definitely able to get up and sit on a potty chair, get up, put herself in a wheelchair. I'm sure she can probably stand up and sit on that thing to be showered. So I don't know if she's going to have a completely different point of view now with him gone, if she's going to stop that weird behavior. Let's hope so, because it would be a lot easier for Cindy to take care of her. I don't think medically I'm going to be able to do it. I can just sort of like tell. So, I guess she spoke to the medical examiner, so they may actually do the autopsy today or tomorrow, I think she said. So, and she's going to talk to the VA again because they probably figured give her a day to figure out what she wants to do. So, because I think that they spoke with her, like I said, when Tommy was appointed her, what is it called? Fiduciary. She had told me they approached her about it first because she's a nurse. That's probably why, and she's a homeowner. And he could have just left in his trailer or went to a section he couldn't see that needed turned down. I'm sure they probably would have gave it to him. So she didn't want to do it. Yeah, things change. I would think she probably does want to do it now because all of her children are moving out of her house, and she doesn't. She told me Tommy was the only person she really talks to. Right? She's clearly doesn't really get along with her children, and yeah, so it seems a no-brainer to me. Even though I'm the person again who's going to end up fucking tits up, I don't do things like I can't even think to do something with that type of intent, right? And then you go, I don't know if that like medically, I don't know. It seems to me dumb to even do, right? Because it seems like she's 89. I was hoping when he was still living, I was hoping she'd go about another year so that I wouldn't have to worry about all this for a year. So that might be an accurate assessment about her, that she's going to go at least another year. Right? Like she's depressed and not she's that physically unwell. Some people live into their 90s and you never know. She may have had something happen where if someone got her to actually get up, like in one of those things, if they could get her to stop moving, she may actually walk again. That's never been attempted since this happened in December. And he stated that she fell, that she had a fall. Just everything that's going on too with all the ionizing radiation. So it's sort of imperative she doesn't fall down again. For sure. So I don't think Cindy could pick her up, but Cindy's a different person than me. Excuse me. Take a shower, shave, figure out what I'm gonna wear. She said that Barbara was having a difficult time. Did I take everything out of this cooler, by the way? I hope so. Yeah. I know, just I thought it was going to be a whole nother year. We're going to go into the summer. I got a cooler. Just seriously, dude, you're dead? Whoa. Yeah, just Sunday morning. Yeah, I got up to do the truck yesterday and I felt sick. Well, also it was raining. So he was probably approaching death for a few days. I would say he was probably approaching death for a week, based on in hindsight. Obviously, I wouldn't know that at the time. It makes sense to me why God broke his truck. Like he basically extended his life for a week. And as soon as he got up and moving around doing stuff, that was it. So yeah, because it's been winter time. Yeah, it's been winter time, and I don't think he's been working on his truck lately. So it was probably destined to happen. Whatever was going on with him medically, like even the next time she fell, could you imagine if it happened then? That wouldn't be good for her, right? Like, yeah, God does everything for a reason. So, yeah, like he really, I would say for a week, it makes sense to me. He was probably about to go, and just unbeknownst to him, maybe it wasn't unbeknownst to him. We don't know that. Anyways, yeah. I mean, clearly they have his medical record. We don't. And I said that to them, and they were probably thinking that's really not unusual, but they don't comment, right? You go, we're not really that kind of family. I don't know anything about his finances or his medicine. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. He wasn't discuss like he wasn't even the type of person who goes, I got a doctor's appointment like Norm used to do. He was not like that. That's why I go, he could have been seeing a doctor. I have no way of knowing that. Is that weird? I mean, we're not husband and wife. Yeah, I don't even really think it's that weird. I don't know stuff about Cindy, but she probably wouldn't even tell me she had a doctor's appointment today, but for the fact she was talking about coming over here. Right. I don't really discuss, I don't think I discuss my medical. Tommy used to ask me about it. Are you keeping up with your doctor's appointment? I don't do that. I have the do not treat. Like he asked me that. It might just be conversation, but he would ask me that. And it's like over and over again. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not doing dialysis or anything. I have a do not treat in my medical record. Clearly, they wouldn't even give me treatment for scabies when I took Brian there. It's not really supposed to include that, but that's all right. Mistakes happen. That would have been cleared up easily. Because I go, if I register at the thing, she might have thought I was testing her or something. It means like it doesn't mean like antibiotics or scabies treatment. It means stuff like that. I wouldn't even know if he had a do not treat, but say that something like that happened to me and you noticed that like that I was in the bathroom a long time, you just go do. Well, we're just making sure because she has a do not treat. Yeah. No, I didn't do that. Jesus God, no. That's why I'm so guilt ridden. I didn't do that. You know. But yeah, obviously people do that. You just go, uh, I think honestly, the cops have done it. I watched a video of it and people thought it was terrible. And the guy ended up dying because he was like altered. He was like already mentally altered. And that's why they were like, can you get up? Well, get up. He was probably someone they used to see walking. Like people have the internets. It's fit for autopsy. I don't know if that's really fit for autopsy, dude, but I mean, kudos to you for like reenacting a scene from Saw, and he doesn't even like those films. After I saw Saw 10, I go, oh my God, you should watch it. He goes, oh no, that's too much gore for me. And remember, I was like, really? That's too much gore? Like, because he was, yeah, like he copies Candy. That's how Candy, she doesn't like horror films. Yeah, like he kind of like just was one of those people where you could see that he was like, unsocialized and maybe cognitively reduced. Yeah, but I think that he thought that he was super intelligent, and she would always tell him he was too. Yeah, with the History Channel and this and that. Like, didn't he graduate from high school? He graduated from high school, right? Jim did too, but he didn't go to his graduation. He actually didn't. I didn't graduate from high school. I got a GED. I didn't graduate from college. But I completed my dental assisting thing and then missed my graduation because that's when God told me to come up here. I know you just go, seriously, God? I'm about to finally put a cap and gown on? Okay. I got the robe out. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna put on. Oh, God. No, I mean, I gotta be honest. Because I'm like an adult woman, you just go, it's, I just view things differently than other people do. Like when people get out of something that was not really a good life. Yeah, like I don't want to sound weird, like I'd like euthanize a person and decide their life is bad. No, it's just, it's already done. It's already done. You didn't even have to get like frightened of here comes a hospital and you know what I'm saying? Like it's clearly that was just like over. However it happened, like if anything ever and he like hit his head and bled, he was unconscious. Yeah, like obviously, if you saw the position, like I was telling Cindy, because I'm the only person other than the people that came here that saw it, it's like he clearly was expired, in my opinion, when he hit the floor. But I'm not a doctor. I don't know how that functions. And I didn't like stare at it for a long time. Yeah, like a forensic, obviously they study that stuff so they know and they stare at it a long time and they know like what happens when people, because they probably take people the same body size and do like 14 ways you can fall off a toilet. It's probably what they do. I might be remembering it wrong, but I thought he was like in a frog pose with his legs still bent, but I don't know. I might be remembering wrong. Maybe they extended out when he fell. One of his sneakers was uh, did his sneaker fall off? Or that's when they took him out? Because one of his sneakers was still in the bathroom, like towards the sink. It's a wicked small bathroom. They were saying that, yeah, it's just, well, I shouldn't say it like that. It's just the space when you see it, you'll know what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the bathroom, right? So I opened the door like this far. That's pretty much like, I don't know because I must have opened it. Did I open it like this? I'm thinking, how far could I have actually opened it? Not that far because he was like right there. Yeah, I for some reason I thought I could see that there was red. Maybe I went like this. I might have been like this. Yeah, I must have been standing like right here. I must have been standing like right here. That explains it because I went like that, and because there was blood like right there. Because I'm the person who cleaned it up. But the door probably wasn't even open that far, right? Because you go. This is how much space is here. You can't see the toilet there. Hold on. That's the toilet right there. So there's not, and he was a big person. I think he was probably like 6 foot tall, and he was extremely overweight. Like not like Luquette, but anyway, like see how close you are to this wall too. Yeah, I mean, like I don't know, man. That's why you could perceive if he passed out in the toilet and fell because it's such a small space that he like is. I think that's what they thought happened at first. That's what they were telling me because they must just come and they check to see if the person's breathing or has a pulse, and they don't really. They're probably trained to not really move stuff around if the person's already dead. Yeah, because then they told me they have to come and make sure it's not like a homicide, and so yeah, like this thing was up and there was shit in the toilet and his sneaker was like right there. So I don't know if his sneaker fell off when he fell or they when they took him out of here. Yeah, his sneaker came off because one of his sneakers was right there. Yeah, because I cleaned up the blood, and even after them removing him, there was no blood on this tile, or there was a little bit of blood right there, which to me looked like they put it there. It wasn't splatter. There was a little bit of blood on the what do you call it? The tub. A little bit of blood on the tub. Yeah, like there was no splash marks at all, like around the puddle or up in here. Nothing. Yeah, like he had to have hit the floor and then bled. That's why I was feeling even more guilty. I go, oh my God. But the people, the medical people, the examiners, or whatever they're called, that have the little suitcase, she said, kind of, I think she said they thought that, they suspected that at first too. But when they examined him, he didn't have any injury to him, to his head or his face, that she said it was just coming out of his nose. Yeah, you go, whoa, just his nose or his nose in his mouth? She might have said his nose in his mouth. Can you fall like right on your nose and bleed like that? I guess the way that I was thinking, but maybe it's not true because if, yeah, could you go, wouldn't you be like twitching or like to me, it just looked like he just went, oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like how close he was to the toilet and stuff. You just go, he had to have been unconscious, in my opinion. But yeah, obviously that's why I'm so guilt ridden. Like delay. It's not like I saw him there and then didn't call anybody. No, I mean, I think it was about 10 o'clock at night that I had to go to the bathroom, and you just go, oh, he's in there. And I think I waited a couple minutes and then checked again, and I was like, I'm just gonna go downstairs, right? And then I wake up at 6:30 in the morning and I immediately knew something was wrong. It's just like I kind of had that weird feeling when I went to bed, but it was like a denial, right? You just like in a denial, like you kind of already like are a little bit concerned because no, he doesn't spend a long time in the bathroom. He doesn't spend a long time in the bathroom, and you don't hear really any noise. Yeah, so then I opened the door and at about what was it, 6:23 or something in the morning, and I just went right down the stairs, like bloop right to the phone. Yeah, so I'm waiting for the autopsy results so I can rest at night. Well, know this, planet, which I don't even think you can see me, but know this, planet. If that ever happened to me, just know that I wouldn't be angry because I have a do not treat. He has no way of expressing that to me because he didn't tell me that in life, even though it could possibly be true. Because you have to think about a person who wasn't going to a doctor, except for this, when he told me about 12 years ago that he went to a doctor and how high his blood pressure was, and they didn't do anything. They didn't even give him blood pressure medication. They weren't even that bad with me. I don't know if he clearly had a doctor because he was being prescribed antidepressants. I know, you just go, that he wasn't taking. I went over that yesterday when I discovered that and I showed it to Cindy. She's the one who said, because I wasn't thinking that, she's the one who was, it's probably because of his Social Security. They told me that in Washington D.C. about the medication, but I don't know if Social Security told him that, or like he heard about it through the same stuff. Like these some stuff people say is not even true, and it can make people paranoid. But it's common for people that have mental illness that they don't want to take their medication for whatever reason. It's possible that it was making him too tired and he knew he had to care for her. And that should have been discussed at the VA when he took this on. Yeah, because like I said, typically the man was up 2 hours a day, if that, for at least what, a decade, 11 years before he took on this and had to be caring for someone full time. So he may have found, because it says drowsiness and stuff, so he may have realized he could not stay awake when he was taking that. Yeah, just some people do things that he should have just let the VA keep her then. I know, but he didn't want to do it, and he was probably afraid to live alone. I mean, yeah, live by himself and stuff. So, but anyways, the person is in a better place. Whatever it is that God has planned for each and every person, he's in a better place. Obviously, God would say whether he likes it or not, because that's definitely God's work right there. Because I'm a prophet, right? So why wouldn't God go anything? Like, yeah, like why wouldn't God go to the door and do this like God does with me with everything? Yeah, so it's probably something where God knows that the guy, knowing that his death was going to be that fast and him not be aware of it, if he had had that conversation with God, he would have went, yeah, no, don't let them find me and help me. You get what I'm saying? Some people, yeah, you go to doctors and stuff because you're afraid. Not you'd be afraid to go to heaven, whatever it is, if it was going to be that easy. I don't want to sound like I'm an expert on everybody, but sometimes God would be talking to me. So I was just talking to Cindy about some of the stuff I was thinking last night. She said she was thinking the same thing. So you go, well, that's going to be God explaining it to us. Yeah, like we couldn't sleep because the next day is like, here we go. And now it's like day one of the rest of your life. So it's worse for her, obviously, her and the rest of the family. Because mine is like it makes me feel even shittier because mine's like a financial dependence on people. Because clearly, given the opportunity, I wouldn't have been living with them. It doesn't mean like I hate these people's guts and I wish them bad things. It's just, yeah, like obviously I would have preferred to not be living with them. But I did say that the person was kind enough to let me stay here. It's not, he definitely didn't have to do that, especially when he took over her money and she couldn't have a say in anything that was going on. So, me personally, that's the first thing I was thinking yesterday. If there was ever going to be a way that I would have been staying here, which I'm pretty sure isn't going to happen now, but if there was a way I was going to be doing that, that's the first thing I would do is find out if there's people that are like homeless that are not insane and dangerous, right? Because clearly he was a hindrance to that. Yeah, and it's like this because it wouldn't have worked out. He would have told them to get out. Because when I first got here, he hadn't screamed at me in the kitchen. And I think that's when he realized that he was too sick and he couldn't do it. But yeah, he probably afterwards went, "Oh my God, I'm completely turning into her." Yeah, just he had never done that at the other house, and I don't know. Yeah, and had to be down there I had to be down there consistently because that's where the bathroom was. I was going downstairs all the time, all day and all night, to use a toilet. So, like, even in that a short amount of time, once you're in charge of a house, from August to March, he was already that progressed in his illness. Hi.
Hi, sorry, well, and I just wanted, I like to keep you, up to date on everything. So I just sprinkled and just called them.
Hmm.
And
Yeah.
local 550. So some good news. So he actually is still a member. So he's covered, but he gets a certain amount of money for the burial.
Oh, good.
Oh my God, I know he gets 2,500. He gets 2,500 from UA. It's like an umbrella.
Oh, good. Oh, good.
And then he has a pension check too. And I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah.
No idea, yeah, what that means, if he has beneficiaries or if he has a loan, yeah, I don't know. Oh my
Okay.
God.
Well, that's a relief. Yeah.
It is, but the thing is, she said we have to pay it first. Oh God, I know.
Like, well, if you have a credit card, I guess.
I do, but I have a feeling that the funeral won't probably do it if they know they're gonna get money.
Well, yeah, because they probably offer financing themselves, which is like a credit card. Yeah. So that's good. Especially if do you have a way, I don't know if people still do this, sorry. Like to get a fax from them and then you can give it to the funeral home so you have proof.
What facts from what?
Like from the sprinkler people about the benefits.
Oh, I'm sure they will too, but it's
Okay.
a process. She actually gave up. It just bothered me to let me know that at least he's got something. Because I had called them back as soon as now, you guys find me now. She said we're still working on it. And then another lady called me back and said, well, we're still working on the final stuff, but just so you know, because we'll get this in us. Yeah.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I guess they're working on the pension. I don't know what that's about. Oh my God, Tommy. Obviously, there was no clue, no nothing there.
No, I know. He never said anything to me about really his medical or anything. Like I was telling the police when they're here, I go, I don't even know if he would tell me if he knew he had something wrong with him, to be honest.
No, I
Yeah.
know.
So she's not able to tell you anything. I don't know if they had conversations like that like years ago when she still had some of her mind. I don't know. I think it was really
No, she probably did it right too. She did it right. She was always telling me he was sick, but then she does stuff like that all the time. Though, so you don't know what to think, and she doesn't get into detail. And she don't even it unless it was just like a repetition from her, or she just figured it.
yeah.
Say, Tommy said,
I think it was really that because when I was living with them, they talk so loud you can't help but hear them sometimes. And it was like after Candy left, she had told Tommy that she thought she was only gonna live like a year. Because I remember him talking. Yeah, I remember him talking like that. Like, okay, so this is gonna be like what, a year and a half?
it's like, she probably speaks about what happens to when you have all this. It's clinging to everything, but he wanted to do it too, so I don't know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know.
Well, clearly, when after 2021, he had the opportunity to get out of it. So I was ruminating about that myself, and I went, he chose to do it. So
He did. He wanted to because she couldn't come. You know what I mean? I always thought she wasn't here.
yeah,
Looking
and
at it from now, but I'm just
yeah,
saying, like, he could have done that, but he didn't want to leave her. I told you already, he came to the house and he just like came and like we were living here. He brought all her stuff. He went shopping and put all kinds of stuff in like freezer downstairs. He never once talked to me. Mercedes. It was weird.
oh
At
really?
that time, history, whatever. Look at that. I think I was kind of mad. Like, what do you think you're doing? Yeah. I think you were wrong there. If you want to buy a place, fine. But if she wants to come and money, come in. Okay. Yeah. So there was a lot there going on. But anyway, then he ended up, and she was just, she got nothing. She didn't want to do it. She didn't want to be there. So that's when they took off right after that.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, because right after Candy left, because she started attacking me in the house, I called an ambulance to try to get her to have a checkup and find out what's going to happen now because Candy left, and she refused to go. And Tommy told them she didn't have to go. So after that, I went, well, I wash my hands of it because you just told me I have no say in the woman's care. So there you go. That's your responsibility.
Wow. So what year was this?
2020, right after Candy left. It was like July of 2020. They came to the house and everything, and they wouldn't take her because Tommy was there.
Well,
And
why
she
did
said,
Tommy go with her?
"That's what I'm saying." No, but they listened to him, and I ended up having to leave the house, and I walked out to Quincy.
Wow, I wonder if he had some notification back then.
No, I was standing right there. It was just like a bunch of dude cops and dude EMT people, and I was just like, "Well, I'm going back to the shelter."
It looks like he was with the sheriff since 2021, which I was surprised that he never told anybody he was doing it. He never
Yeah,
did anything.
yeah, because like I said, I left in August when we got evicted, and he was never like, "Oh, you can go with us" or anything. He never said any of that.
That's because he didn't say that to catch her while he was working on all this. I knew
Yeah,
I knew that's what he was doing.
yeah.
Did he get mad when I finally said that?
Oh no, I wasn't mad, but like some of the stuff. That's why I'm saying you go. Mhm.
understand why. She's my mother too, and why I can't speak to my own mother. I was very upset about that.
Yeah.
But I pretty much accepted, I wanted to be out of it.
Well, she's still kicking around, so it just delayed it for 2 more years because maybe you weren't really ready to be doing that because you still had your kids in the house and stuff, and you're doing that, and now it seems like they're sort of branching off. So
Right,
it's a better time for you now than it was then.
that's true. But she's a lot worse too, but that's okay. All right, well, I have, because I've been on the phone, I have to run the shower, jump in the shower, and I'll head over there.
Okay.
Take yours?
No, I didn't go. I didn't take mine yet either. Yeah. All right. Okay. Bye bye. So it's pretty much exactly what I said. It is what it is. So that's good. She's saying now that that's what's going to happen. Okay, so that's good. Well, yeah, I mean, because you go, she'll come and take her to her house, and then I just go walk to a homeless shelter, or take a bus to a homeless shelter with a backpack, like I always do. It's sort of like the least of all the stressors for me. You have to have money, right? You have to have money, and then you call. It's like you don't really physically do anything when people have money. That's how your system. You're still working your system like that. So you just call, and a dumpster comes, and you fill it up. Like you don't. Some people don't even have to fill it up themselves, and then the dumpster leaves, and then the landlord doesn't have to worry about cleaning out the house. Uh, yeah, you just go. Well, this is the thing. Yeah, I'm destitute. So the dude died, and the woman's daughter is going to take her to her house. So it's be just like 12 Flanagan Place. Most people don't care about throwing away a destitute person's belongings. Oh, that's right. That's what's different about it. She might actually let me keep like a basket of stuff at her house, which is kind of nonsensical anyway, since these people are never gonna allow me housing or a means to live. Like they're probably playing some sort of horrifying religious insanity. Okay, where I've got to be sacrificed or something doesn't happen. Okay, so when you know that people are insane like that, it's almost like when someone's coming at you with a firearm and they're just gonna shoot you dead. You just go, okay. It's like that last second where you go, okay, I guess they're gonna shoot me dead. But it's been going on for 14 years, in the 14th year of it. Right. So you go, there's not really a point to keep running around trying to stop you things from what you're doing. I gotta be honest, you just go, it's getting more zen by the minute because it's almighty. So yeah, he's helping her out too because apparently the sprinkler fit is he gets money for his burial. So yeah, she's not even gonna have to worry about that. And they said something about a pension, so I'm sure that will go right to her. And she'll take her, and that'll be another. Were her children helping her out with their bills or anything at her house? Yeah, well, there you go. It seems like it's going to be a similar thing that Tommy did. He made those decisions in 2021. He made the same decision, but she actually offered me to go with her. And I already said no, that's not something I would ever do. So I released her of that because she probably would change her mind anyway, and I don't want to do it. Yeah. So I already released her of that because that might have been a hindrance about. She was saying something about when they got evicted that Tommy just showed up at her house with her and basically moved in. That's her point of view, what she was just saying. So Yeah, you just go, you don't have to worry about any of that with Mary. Yeah, you don't have to worry about any of that with Mary. Right? That is, what do you call it? Mutual agreement that I would not be living in a house with you. And I'm pretty sure with her income and Tommy's pension that you can stay in your house and you don't even have to work anymore. Right. So she doesn't have to worry about driving. I'm sure there's probably some ways she could even get food delivered to her house in Norton. Okay. So I'm sure there's probably people, since they're talking about building apartments right there, that would love to occupy this house. It was just what I was saying. As soon as people realize what's going on, I'd be forced out of here anyways. Because the landlord probably goes, I can probably get 3,500 for that house now. Okay, just everything that's going on because there's a train right there and a bus. That's just how people are. So it's something about, I don't know if it's because she owns a house or she works 1 or 2 days a week or whatever it is. Yeah, it's like a clique because it's a different species. It's like their version of their socializing or whatever, and everybody does a work and all of this, and I'm just seen as some sort of a vagrant. It's a whole bunch of different people running homeless shelters in Boston than was in Quincy. So, right, Boston would go, this isn't Quincy. I hope to God that's what they say when I show up there. This isn't Quincy. Let me put the soda back in the fridge. Check on her, but yeah. That was nice to go downstairs to a whole bunch of dog shit. And I go, yeah, this is definitely not going to work out. It's just God's way. Like, why didn't that dog die like a month before he did? Get it? It's just God's way of going. Just like to Scott, it's God's way of going. Don't do it. Right? Because even the conversation with her, she's in agreement. It's like, because she's like, oh, I should have done it. Did it? I go, well, here you are. And she goes, yeah, but she's gotten worse. Has she really gotten worse? She's not really listening to what I'm telling her. Has she really gotten worse? Or Tommy was never supposed to be her caregiver. Right? She's been telling Tommy for about a year that she wanted Cindy here. Because Candy was supposed to be her caregiver. And she does not want Mary to do it. She kept saying that to Tommy. So maybe stick by the woman's, what do you call it? Wishes. You're an LPN nurse, so who cares if she's gotten worse? That's just you. Now you're afraid you've got to deal with your mother dying after you just lost your brother. That's all that is. It doesn't make any sense. You went to school to work with old people. That's what you were doing. Mary didn't go to school to work with old people. Okay? So, Mary didn't go to school to work with drug addicts either. It wouldn't even matter. Right. It wouldn't even matter because she's still living. But I asked that too. You go, him and Candy probably spent it all. Like, 'cause you go, okay, let's get this straight though. When was the last time a mortgage was paid at that house? That's why I don't get into it. Wouldn't that money keep collecting on that account It's $3,600 a month. She wasn't paying anything. Was she paying her water and sewer still, or she had gotten to the point where she couldn't do that anymore for like a year? What happened to all of that money? I know you just go, that'll be something for Cindy to deal with, not Mary, because I'm sure it should have been something that Tommy asked about, or maybe he already knew that. Right, you go, right, because I looked at that debt and savings thing, and there's no starting balance that's like $100,000. That's what I'm saying. You go, even $3,600 for a year. That's a lot of money, isn't it? What happened to all of that money? Candy left in May of the house. The house was foreclosed on and auctioned off in the fall of 2019. Okay, so 2021, that's 2 years. What happened to all of that money? Like, was Barbara still writing checks to Candy? Because Tommy was talking about it when we were at the campground, which was right before they auctioned the house. The foreclosure was like a year or two before that. You go, she was still writing Candy checks when Candy was not paying a mortgage. So Candy was taking that money, right? Okay, so after the house was auctioned, clearly you wouldn't pay someone half of a mortgage thinking she's paying your mortgage, right? Because that's exactly what happened. She thought Candy was paying the mortgage. So, anyways, 2 years. What happened to all of that money? Is that why somebody else took over the money? And then you just pretend that that wasn't there because her children don't know it's there, but you do? I don't know. I would think Tommy, I don't think his brain was that gone. I don't know if that was something he talked to them about when he became this fiduciary thing and what. I have a question though. Like, she gets it's automatic deposit because of her disability, right? And then she hasn't been writing checks to anyone because he had her in his possession for an entire year. Was she writing him checks every month to cash? The bank would know. They clearly don't care since they handed her over to him. I explained it. Whoever bought this house did it on purpose so that I would be destitute. It's some sort of profound insanity. Like, it clearly can't be Al Gore and Angela doing that. So it's like people that are psychopathically deranged, like to a spooky degree, that are strangers to me. Like, that's some sort of a whacked out game, which is clearly fueled by psychopathic, envious rage. Well, you just go, what is this? And that, like I told you, I think these people so deranged, they think they're playing like Tudor families, and I'm supposed to be the prisoner in the tower. And then they thought I was going to talk about it like a show. And you just go, how is anybody that fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs? But it is what it is. I mean, clearly these people are wacko. Everybody that's observed these things for 16 years, you try to ignore it. Like, when you know that people control your world system and they're doing this to you, like you're enemy of the state, all you can do is ignore them. That's really all you can do, because you can't fight people like that. They get worse too when you try to fight them. But I would think that God would indicate to me, given who I am, that it's making them worse that I don't fight them. Yeah, like, they get off on engagement. That's why they like Cindy, because Cindy partakes in it. She's a social animal. Yeah, that's why they like her. Even though she thinks she's a rebel sometimes, she's not. The things that she thinks are rebellion, they love. They don't like Mary because I just laugh at their ruler. I point out that everything they're doing is retarded, that intelligent people don't do this. They become like neurosurgeons, or they write literature and they make funny plays, and they become film stars and everybody thinks they're hot. Yeah, they don't do this. This is like gross retarded people with money and power do this. Yeah, because they don't have any artistic talent. So, anyways, that's really good news. Well, she's not wrong, but I'm like so far removed from the system. There's nothing they can do. I mean, what are they going to attach a lien to my buttocks? Just, okay, well, you had to take him out of here because it's an autopsy. So they thank you very much, even though they probably went, I mean, an autopsy. I mean, it's clearly like an aortic, right? They're probably just like, we're going to say he needs an autopsy, Mary. Clearly, these people are insane. We're going to say he needs an autopsy because they told me otherwise you would have to just call a mortuary. We don't even take the body out of here. Huh? Yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much because I actually want him to have an autopsy. But because they need to know what happened because it's so sudden and stuff. They need it for their healing. I just was talking to Cindy about it because it'll be 6 months and you go mad just like the people talking about their cancer treatments, like a guessing game. Don't leave these people like that. So once they do that, what are you going to do? Follow Mary Legore around with a dead body saying she has to take care of this because she can't pay to bury it in the ground? It's sort of like the landlord. Well, this is the thing. I understand I'm being evicted because I am completely destitute. They won't even give me a SNAP food card for just this very reason. Okay. And I have no way to pay an electric bill, even if I decided to become a squatter on your property. And then you have an excuse to ram into here like the insane person over there. No, thank you. You're never going to get that from me. I just go right to a shelter. Okay. So there's nothing I can do about all this stuff. So I guess hope that Cynthia decides she's going to spend the money now to get a dumpster, that she's going to feel obligated to clean this stuff out, even the trailer. So I would presume you as the landlord will just take over all the property in here, in the trailer, and probably even the truck. Because once Cindy has time to think about it, if she already has televisions, I mean, maybe take the televisions out. Other than that, if she has dishes she's married to and stuff, you go, I don't know, things of worth or whatever. Like, I'm not even going to take my laptops with me. You carry laptops around? No. So obviously that's the end of your show because you don't let me live stream on a phone. You did it to yourselves. Yeah, like you thought you were going to get a Tudor show here. I know you did. That's why after I went to Quincy, you turned my features back on. And then whatever this thing is with the snap card that you thought was going to happen, there's no way you would have any way of knowing that that man was going to die like that. You thought this was going to be something. I don't know what you thought this was going to be. You probably thought maybe she would die and then I'd be forced to live with him somewhere. I really strongly believe you thought that because he's the only person in the family that wouldn't allow me to have people over. Cindy wouldn't do that. I don't even think she'd do that in Norton. Right. Clearly, Barbara Kent would do that because Cindy, she did get weird about Brian, and I could only go there after those people were gone. But she doesn't even have her children living with her anymore. They were all moving out. So, I mean, why would you care if I had a boyfriend? Especially, everything is this if he had money. Right. You just go, I'm sure she's probably had all night to think about it. And she was probably talking to Jake and stuff. And you go, it doesn't make her a bad person. It's just logical. You go, and now she's going to have an ultrasound. What if it's bad? They're not going to tell her that today, but what if it's bad news? You go, yeah, you go, you just hit the jackpot as long as this person's living. Yeah, I mean, you've been able to live there without having any money at all from her. Now you're being told you're going to get $3,600 a month and a man's pension. And you could take over his truck payments if you wanted to, I'm sure. I don't know. The truck seems to break down a lot, but All right, I'm gonna take a shower to get this robe. That's how it works when you own your own home. When you own your own home and you work or whatever, even he didn't work, she doesn't work. If you have an income, that's all that matters. You don't even have to do anything. Just the grand wizard goes to Duke, and that's your be all god. That whatever that is. I don't know what you do to bow down to the be all god to get an income, but Mary Gladys apparently doesn't do it. She doesn't do it, and she's never gonna do it. So the be all god is some sort of deranged, envious filled witch that is gonna make sure Mary Gladys has nothing. Okay. And I don't know, these beings are so sick they probably pretend that they're in a previous and they're nobody, they're retarded animals, but they probably make all that shit up because they're constantly in an acting show. It's really not rocket science. I do. I feel like a weight has been lifted off of my shoulders. That's what she said after that phone call too. You go, well, there you go. I told you, God, it's almighty. And it seems like as bad as it's been in the past, like year, I told you people that after last year, nothing is the same as it was. He's clearly taking more and more control of people's brains and stuff. Right. And people feel bad for people in the community when they lose a community member. They will 100% rally around them. And it'll be the same thing for me, which is fine. Probably not. Like if a SNAP office is open and you go, it's probably going to sort of like lessen their victory of dominance of forcing me to go into one of them. When they find out the reason I'm into one of them is because I'm street homeless again and this dude died, they probably going to go, wait a minute, what? The person that we rely upon to stop anybody from talking to you died? Huh? Like, because you go, there is no way in hell they ever thought that was going to happen. Because of his age, he was like 57 years old. Oh, yeah, they thought they were going to pretend that him and I are fucking married or something. And God just went, boom. Well, I guess all those things you thought are not true. What in the hell? Hello? Hi. I was just about to go in. I was in the bathroom. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I know because I looked at it too. Whoever you are, you're a fucking criminal. And you shouldn't be talking about. Where's the rest of the prescription? My eyes like. It says the prescriber is N. It's like just a letter, and then Islami, Eslami. I know. That's the prescriber, yeah. No, it says venlafaxine, is that how you say it? Hydrochloride extended release. It's VENLAFAXINE. Oh, okay. Okay, cool. Hey, Dad. Um, I got the 781-407-0845 is probably CPS's phone number. Yeah. It's Buzzy Street, CPS. Yeah, I don't see anything. He does. It's not in his phone, the doctor's phone number, or his wallet, like a card. Yeah, it's probably a card in his wallet. That's usually what I do. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay. Oh God, what did I forget? Oh, the shampoo and conditioner. Well, I might as well, even though I think I just washed it recently. What's this? Toothpaste. Oh, I probably didn't need toothpaste. I think I took a toothpaste when I already had one. Whoops. through. I forgot she has keys. I was thinking when she came here last night, she forgot to bring the keys. I was like, I gotta make sure I'm done before she gets here. But then I went, wait a minute, she has keys. She just didn't have them last night. Oh, I don't even have to do this. I can hang up with it. I have a couple of weeks of not sharing a bathroom, so I can hang my towel up in the bathroom and not in here. Yeah, I was in the bathroom like, they know I'm next. If that has anything to do with, not to sound narcissistic and grandiose, but it didn't dawn on me till now, like just the thought processes of someone who doesn't see a doctor and clearly has a medical condition. I'm sure they remember what age Tom Kent was when he started dialysis. And he didn't have this going on with his liver, so they're probably like, okay, good, she's gonna go to a shelter. We'll act like that's terrible, but we really don't want to find her and laying in a pool of blood in the bathroom. Thank you. I'll have to think about it if I'm actually still going to go to the food pantry because, yeah, if I'm only staying here till. I wouldn't even want to stay here through an eviction process. You get what I'm saying? That's just delaying the inevitable, I guess. The time when he said that he made the landlord pay $400 to cut down a tree, I was hoping that was an indicator that he was making the whole thing up. But apparently not, just that actually happened. Okay, so that's like a bunch of neutered males that think that they're playing fun games and everybody's a landlord and stuff as God kills them all. Okay. There you go. Remember that weird thing when I first got here when Cindy told me that Tommy was talking all this weird shit and that he said that his father was talking to him and his father told him to take care of Barry? Let me just go. Maybe God will remind her of that. I don't know. But what is she supposed to do with that? Right. I already stated it. It's like completely nonsensical to keep the woman here paying that kind of money. Yeah, that's ridiculous. If you wanted to do something like that, you take your mother to your house, right? And then you just give Mary $1,000 a month as long as she's alive. And I pay a rent, like in a room. Get it? Because I'm not going to probably live that long either. Not you have to pay that kind of money to live here when you have a house. Get it? Well, we'll see if she starts thinking about it because you go, if she doesn't pay a mortgage at her house, which I highly suspect she doesn't, yeah, you just go, you just take your mother to your house. And then if you wanted to help your sister Mary, you just give her a stipend every month. As long as your mother's living, because obviously when your mother dies, you're not going to have that money anymore unless she wanted to start saving it to have something to live on, which makes sense too. If she doesn't have her retirement herself, she's 59. What's the retirement age now? 63. So she would technically collect Social Security because she's worked all this time. Well, anything, even 500 a month. I don't know. I don't know if I could rent something for 500 a month, but a Karen Colbert pays 750 a month, but it's a rooming house. I don't have to live in Massachusetts. Yeah, I mean, this is $2,500 a month plus the electric bill. And then obviously I would like to have, no, I don't have cable. I've lived all this time. The last time I had a TV was years ago, but I do use the internet, but they have internets at the library too. And yeah, I know it helps when they actually let you use social media, but without a TV, you just watch Pluto. That's why you just pay for an internet. That's why they try to attach your internet to other things because they know people just watch stuff online. But anyways, she needs cable. She doesn't do the internet. She's got to have a television to watch. So I understood why he kept it on, but it was just weird when he said he was paying out the something for it. It's like, you don't pay for that. Unfortunately, apparently you weren't lying about the other stuff, which is what I was hoping. I was hoping you were lying about the whole Shazam. Alright, so put that on. It's supposed to be cold today, isn't it? Ay, ay, ay. I still have to brush my teeth. I usually do it beforehand, but I wanted to get myself in the shower. We'll see if my prediction is correct, although her appointment's in Dedham. That she'll be busy doing all this stuff and then she'll realize she can't stop here before the appointment. She's got to come here afterwards. What did I do with those sneakers? Doesn't exactly match. Oh. I don't know what's going to happen with the other species because they're going to have a totally different brain. But just the conversation that he has with you, like, you just died. What? You just died? I thought he was saying to me, like, for my species, that, yeah, like, you'd be, like, in a crib going, and then a voice says, you already died. You're in the next thing. And then he tells you that you're going to sleep for a while. So because these other species is transitioning into something else, I'm not sure, but I mean, it's all might. You could have like a similar conversation, then it all makes sense, and you're on a spaceship and you're an alien and stuff. Like he seemed like he really wanted to be an alien and live with the aliens and stuff. I gotta say. Well, it's not her fault, but obviously, um, Mary's unlucky day is Cindy's lucky day. But right, it's like it's not her fault. It's just inevitably the shit is gonna hit the fan on Mary each and every time because these people are deranged. But she could remedy that by just giving me some sort of an income every month. But I mean, clearly that's kind of a lot to ask of a person when she's probably going to be thinking about her own, how she's going to live in her house. I don't know if her kids were working and helping her out with the bills or something. I don't know if that was starting to stress her out. I know that she was saying all the time when she'd come here that she didn't have any money. So I would presume that was stressing her out, unless she has some sort of nest egg or something I'm not aware of, or she was planning on retiring at 63. I don't know. But Well, one thing that's nice to know, but it's not going to actually happen because of the shelter, but um, who knows what's going to happen? We'll see what's going to happen, especially the things I was just saying. Let's give Cindy time to think about it, and it's almighty. Um, if I like actually ended up living with another person, I apparently I don't have to have an autopsy because I have a medical condition that's known. Right. So you could just like discreetly have me transferred to a mortuary and then people don't get to take a look see and stuff, given how terrible all of this is. Right. You go, I don't think she needs an autopsy. Like she has an obvious medical condition that's documented. So obviously, however it happens, like if it's something like that, you just go, yeah, well, that's extremely high blood pressure. Yeah. So yeah, just Mary doesn't need to be dealing with like even that bathroom sink. The number of times he's had to go in there and fix that. I know you just go. I remember that day at the food pantry because he said I was turning it too far, which is probably true. But it's like obviously it's a piece of shit. Like just all of a sudden the water came gushing out of it, but there's an off thing underneath the sink, right? Yeah, it just came gushing out right on me. Remember that day? I explained last night about when I was on that lisinopril, and you just get that thing. You like for a second, like you go completely to black. Yeah. So if people like were like wanted to know my opinion about it, yeah, like I've when I was on the lisinopril, it's something to do with right here too. Like you go like this, and all of a sudden you go. I just completely went to black for a second. No, that's the only time that's ever happened to me is when I was on lisinopril. It's never happened to me again. And I'd like squat down at the grocery store to look at stuff and I'd get wicked like about to pass out. It was like making my blood pressure too low or something because it had to do with my cycles, like uh, estrogen and stuff. And like if I can control my stress and I can rest, it's not even high. They took it at the shelter, it was 140 over 80. I know that's wicked good because of my program. So maybe his went down when he stopped using. Yeah, because I mean clearly you're taking Adderall and your blood pressure's that high. Yeah, that's probably why they gave him that medication, right? But anyway, sometimes blood pressure medication, by the way, won't even lower it. The nurse at the shelter has that problem. She has extremely high blood pressure, and she can't get it under control. She said she was on like 4 different medications, so it depends on the person. But yeah, I can because of what's causing it. It's the whole thing I was doing. So if he was trying to lay down and stuff like that, It probably helped somewhat. But I mean, clearly you're downstairs screaming at another person. That is not good for you. Clearly, not yesterday, obviously. Clearly, Monday morning he did. I could hear him down there yelling at her to get up. Right. So it was destined that that was going to kill a person who has blood pressure that high. Right. I used to think about it like it was a wonderment that he didn't have a stroke. So anyway, I better go just check on her. And Cindy said agreed to let her sleep. So I'll probably open up the door so she can sleep then. He had bought milk because I think he made pudding with it. So I'll use that for the coffee because all the light cream's gone. I've got a little bit of evaporated milk left because light cream is like $5. So I don't have to worry about him having his light cream. So I use other shit. I got a milk I gotta throw away. I don't know if he got milk so he wouldn't use the milk I took out, or he could just tell it looked weird. That's what happened the last time too. It's probably from freezing it. It's probably not even bad, but there's no way I'm gonna consume all that milk before it's bad. So eventually, it depends, right? How quickly she decides to just take her mother to her house because yeah, I was thinking about it in the shower. Like, should I really help these people clean out a house? I know you just go, nah, maybe just do it like 2021 and let these people have to clean out a house. After, right. You need this many houses? They don't care, but it's just why bother yourself with it unless the landlord would try to somehow tax Cindy about it. If that's the case, then she can just put a dumpster in the driveway, and I'll put all the shit in the dumpster myself if they're gonna play fuck with Cindy and her money. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, they had no problem doing it at that house, throwing a destitute woman shit in a fucking dumpster. Might as well throw a dead man and an elderly woman and a destitute woman shit in a fucking dumpster. In a choir in the house. Like that was a choir, yeah, ooh. People that were in that rooming house with that Kaz person told me she's completely deranged like that. You just go, how are people that disgusting and insane? That's why God's killing them all. That is why God's killing them all. Just, ooh, yay. And they get to throw your shit in a dumpster, like, because their brains are gone. It's like an animal. Ooh. That's in lieu of tearing you apart with their teeth. So, what time is it? Did all I have to do. Showered, washed my hair even. Eventually, I'm gonna have to color it again before I leave here. Oh, let me check the phone in case something happened while I was in the shower. She's probably in the shower now. She might have time to come here before the doctor's appointment. What do you think? Like 11 at tops, noontime? Make her get up, or should I not even make her get up? Well, she, like I said, she was already up and she urinated in that bucket and went back to bed because I saw her sitting on it, on the throne. So, yeah, I mean, after yesterday, maybe, especially since I know another person's coming. That's why it just works out for her to just take her to her house, get it? Right, because once you think about it, you go, wait a minute, why would you need to spend $3,600 a month? She doesn't need $3,600 a month to live. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, she doesn't need 30. They don't even pay, people don't even get that for Social Security. She doesn't need $3,600 a month. Obviously. Sure, I'll take $3,600 a month. No problem. That's not what I meant, but you go, this case scenario where that's the woman's income and she's not going to live 100 years. She's 89. Right, just. You have to report your income, I'm sure. When you're on Social Security, you can make a certain amount of money. I don't think that matters. They're not going to give me Social Security, the deranged, but I don't think it matters. Yeah, because I looked it up about alimony. It doesn't, they can't reduce my Social Security based on my alimony. And I think it's like vice versa. They can't reduce your alimony based on Social Security. They don't do that to people for some reason. And it's probably based on retirement, not necessarily a disability, but I can't see that a pension would be that much money unless someone was just making it up. Yeah, because he was barely working there, but it is a union. So, yeah, especially when people say stuff like that, they don't tell you the amount they might be fucking with you, just to then pull the wool right the fuck from under you. People do that shit. But I hope it's not that. I just know my experience, the fucked up shit that people do to me, but hopefully that's not what they're doing to her. It's a little bit cold. Whoa, that's a lot of hair right there. Can I manage my hair? Can you better manage your hair? Remember that? It's not that it's weird, it's just, yeah, like some of it is like stress. I need to sweep again already. Where I don't know where that shit's coming from. It looks like little pieces of toilet paper or something. And in the constant feathers coming out of that pillow. Um, yeah, I should probably throw that pillow away and steal his pillows off of his bed. Definitely. So, yeah, clearly, if the situation was different, I would have been cleaning the entire house, especially if Brian was there. You're like, I don't know if these people missed the part that we were trying to get married. Like we'd be a married couple that's homeless. But none of it matters anymore because I don't know what happened to Brian. And yeah, it's just the point of the matter, I guess. That, like, the person staying here, he still would have ended up we still would have broke up because I wouldn't marry a drug addict. So we still would have broke up. It's just, it wouldn't have completely soured this brother-sister bonding before a person died. Yeah, he did it to himself because he couldn't stop doing that. He got a second chance to do something different and he did the same thing. So I don't know, maybe it was some sort of life lesson for him before he went on to his next thing, where you just go, can you see how this is really wrong what you've done? Okay, because this was like this woman's last bit of chance for some happiness, and you just put it in a fucking dumpster. You don't know what would happen with Brian. We were separated at a hospital. He has all kinds of mental problems and urges. And then people went and stole him the fuck away from me. He was a street homeless person. I know you just go, you don't know what would have happened. It just sucks that all people get to make up all this shit that is probably not even true. It's probably not even true. Whatever. Having my soda. Try not to think about it. Probably every morning he was probably fucking he probably realized that if he just got right up in the morning and went right down there and just went, we're not even having a discussion, just get in the fucking chair. Right. And then he like the last week or two he came to realize that that actually is what you have to do. Yeah. Well, Cindy will figure that out when she takes it to her house, I'm sure. She doesn't need anybody to tell her anything. She's a nurse. Right. But he had it. He finally figured it out. Like he was giving her, he was avoiding every single day. He was probably dreading it ever since she stopped walking. Right, just every day he was probably dreading going down there, and he knew it was going to be 20 minutes, sometimes an hour of screaming at a person. Right, because as you can see from last night, I mean, she's basically admitting it, at least yesterday, that she doesn't even need help. She got right out of a wheelchair, sat on a toilet and shit her brains out, and then sat back in the thing, went to bed. Yeah, like some of this stuff is not even. Yeah. Well, he did know it. He did know it. We discussed it when we go to the food pantry, that we were both saying the same thing. And he kept going, I just think that honestly she is just, and he was right because you could see it all day yesterday and this morning. So Cindy probably won't even have those problems. Like she's been like, she has communication issues. Okay. And it's like, it's all fine and good what happened in 2021, but she never intended for him to be her caregiver. It was supposed to be Candy. And that's probably why the VA talked to Cindy, because she probably told them that when they brought him there and figured all this stuff out. Because Cindy told me. And I go, and she's all guilt ridden. I go, well, it's a different time in your life now, so yeah, just because she goes, well, it looks like that's probably is what's going to happen. And I was like, okay, good. Yeah, because they would probably say the same thing to her. They would go, well, your sister Mary is not your problem, right? And you've got to think about yourself and what's best for your mother and da 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 da. They all hate me too, but I'm actually not sort of disagreeing with what they're saying, just their motivations for it. Because of what happened in 2021, where I was sent out there to be murdered and they never contacted me. What the fuck? Where is that coming from? Holy shit. They're probably drilling something where they're building those apartments. And it's like completely shaking the whole fucking house. Yeah, they're probably drilling something over there. You're just like, what the fuck? Like, it's happened before, but it's never lasted that long. Oh no, it's happened before. I would be like laying down on that thing going, is that me? Like, are my legs shaking like this? Nope, the whole fucking house is shaking. The whole street's probably shaking. It's not a truck because I'm looking for some sort of huge truck. They're like drilling into the fucking ground or something. Crazy. Yeah, they're fracking over there. Something. It's probably stress. Yeah, like that bubble in your gut. I had this like a couple of weeks ago too because I'm obviously being completely stressed out for no fucking reason, which is makes me angry, by the way. And it wouldn't matter what I said or how much I screamed, none of it would ever change. Raining. When it first starts raining, sometimes here because of whatever's going on with the um, grass and leaves and stuff. When it first starts raining, it almost sounds like hail, but it's not. And yeah, it's probably because it's so dry or something. But so what I was saying is, it's like this happened to me in November of 2020 because of the stress. Yep. With the shutting off of the fucking snafu god, it was the same thing, wasn't it? And then at that time, she was trying to, she was like fucking with me to leave and tell me to get out of the house. And that's when Tommy goes, you don't have to, because I told him, he goes, you don't have to leave. That was like the first, that ended you people being able to trigger her to kick me outside. Because Candy was gone out of the house. It was just some different dynamic going on. So it was when I came, when he brought me here in 2022, is when he goes, it's not going to work out with Mary. You just go, because I said, what are you doing? Yeah. Did I mention that part? I don't know if I've ever filmed it before. Because it was like that in this room too when I got here. I was telling Cindy. Obviously, the people that came here. Yeah. Both rooms. One of them was covered with videos, and I stacked the videos up in here to get them out of that room. He filled up this room and that room, every single inch of floor, just like that. And then this is the room he was in. I think his actual comforter is down in the basement because he told me his dog urinated on it. And it's probably because he wasn't getting up in the morning to bring his dog outside, or he did it and he was lying and saying it was his dog. But we'll assume his dog did it because he didn't get up and bring his dog outside because he was probably getting sicker. And then his bedding sat in front of that cabinet downstairs for at least a week. And then I'm presuming he washed it, and for some reason he stuck his comforter right where I put this when I'm doing my jog walks, and it's still there. Yeah, it dawned on me after I said something about that's all he sleeps with is that one blanket like that. Yeah, it dawned on me, and then I went, oh, that's right. His comfort is still down in the basement because I mind my own business. I mind my own business and leave the dude alone. But anyway, this room was covered with videos in the same fashion. And then the one upstairs that I explained locks from the outside was empty. Like that's the room he was planning on offering me that locks from the outside. No. Get it? Remember the basement with the lock with the key at the other house that locks from the inside with the key? Oh yeah, no, I'm not interested in playing hostage Tudor family. No. So yeah, people get sick, and I don't know. You just go, what the fuck is this? No, I'll take this room. And I said at the time, can I take this room? And he said, yeah, I could probably because it's Almighty God. And then when I confronted him, because he put shit all over the toilet seat, just like that. I went to go use the bathroom and it was closed, but it was covered with pieces of something. And then he goes, I was cleaning my keyboard. Really, dude? And that's when I go, I'm gonna have to section you to a hospital, dude. You're fucking insane. Something's terribly wrong with you, right? And he probably wanted me to. That was 2 years ago. He probably wanted me to, and I just didn't do it. But, anyways, that's when he said to her, I don't think it's gonna work out with Mary. I just got here from the ground and you're gonna kick me outside. I think I told him to go fuck himself, and that's when I was gonna section him, and he shut up. He probably wanted me to. So yeah, you go. "Oh, she. I mean, clearly he was caring for her, but I'm just saying, you go. It's a damnation of other people. You handed a woman who's 100% disabled on a psych over to a man who was living on a psychiatric disability for a reason. Right, like whatever happened with him with this house happened for a reason. I don't know if it's true, but Candy told me that's what he did to his whole house and his property. Like, did you see the backyard? Okay. And at one time, there was like jars all over that table. He had some sort of insanity where every space had to be filled with something. People, it's like some sort of like severe mental insanity. And if you do that with rooms, then a person takes the room upstairs. No, she doesn't. She just takes off. Because he goes, and then she took that room and took out all the stuff and moved it. And she never asked. And I was like, yeah, I did ask. Yep, I most definitely asked if I could take this room. And clearly God made you say yeah. Because now you're claiming I never asked you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like both things because don't get God in a binder confused with the person, but I don't want it. Yeah, don't speak ill of the dead. Just because of Christianity and stuff, you just accept the good things you want to about a person. But believe me, I feel like God tricked him into bringing me back here because he was obviously like, fuck you, when we were all evicted from the house. Cindy was saying the truth comes out a little bit too, where she was talking just this morning about how when we got evicted, he just showed up at our house and started putting stuff in our refrigerator, da 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 da. And she goes, and then he just took off. She said he took off for 6 months. August, September, October, November, December, January, February. When did they move in here? It's possible right after he moved in here is when he went out to Quincy looking for me. That is possible. I don't know what month he came here. Yeah, I don't know what month he came here. Oh, let me see if the dog, and now that it's raining, where's my umbrella? Let's see if the dog needs to go. And he's not going to want to go out in the rain, I'm sure. The dog does not want to go outside. That's what he does. He goes, go outside, go outside. Yeah. Well, she likes dogs, and her dog is familiar with that dog, so I clearly can't take a dog to a homeless shelter, and I wouldn't want to take on that dog anyway. I'm not interested in having dogs, in particular somebody else's dog. I'm familiar with that dog, and just no. It it would be compassionate for the dog for her to take the dog because the dog is familiar with Barbara. Yeah, the dog is obviously familiar with me, but it doesn't take instructions and stuff from me because it was Tommy's dog. I don't even think it takes instructions from Barbara. Like that dog was like his dog, slept in his bed and everything. So it would be compassionate for the dog, for the dog to stay with Barbara, and I think she would prefer to stay with the dog too. Yeah, how's that for weird on his calendar? Dog license. Does he usually do that? He actually redoes the dog every year. Just that's for today, isn't it? But that was yesterday. Hold on. That TV's on again. I don't know if the TV is on a timer, right? Or the neighbor's thing is hitting it off, or these people with the technology, yeah. Because that's the second time the TV's been on. But like it's not on, just the TV itself. Like it's not being turned on by the cable. So anyway, I don't know if she ever found her remote, by the way. I know you just go, I went down there with that remote and turned the TV on for her. How the hell does a person lose a remote control? We would hope to God that nobody that was here yesterday is having some kind of a mental health issue where they'd steal a person's remote. That seems really kind of weird to do. No, not the medical people. I'm pretty sure she had the remote after that, didn't she? Didn't she have it in her hand? Maybe it's in the bed with her. I know you just go, Tommy used to get into fights with her about that, so I don't know if that's a behaviorism. Oh, yeah, where's the remote? And that becomes like a battle war. Yeah. It's right there. I'm not leaving that downstairs because there isn't a second one. Nope. Well, luckily, this isn't going to go on very long, but she's got to have a TV. So unfortunately, she's not keeping a remote in her hand unless she knows where her remote is. It's not about me watching TV. I slept in here last night. So I don't know. Maybe tonight, but I mean, I'd have to strip his bed and wash his bedding. I'm not going to lay in his bed with his bedding. I'd have to do it today, I guess, if I was going to sleep in there tonight because it is an actual bed. Sleep in a bed for a couple of nights before I'm in a shelter. Sitting in a chair. Is it still a warming center and you force a person to sit up all night long and sit all day long till she finally goes and blood comes pouring out of her fucking face? Maybe that's the is that the new fun thing that people are doing? The damned. Does that become funny? Bleh. Is it a bloodbath? Is that funny? Obviously, these people did not make sure that everybody has fentanyl in their houses before killing everybody with thermonuclear weapons. But is that funny? Bleh. I don't find it funny. Nope. So, anyways, I don't think most people should have to sort of suffer when they're gonna die. Yeah, just as gruesome and weird as that is, you go, that's obviously a person just died like instantly. Yeah, it was like at least immediately unconscious, and then it's gotta be like an aortic tear or like I don't know. I'm not a doctor because you go, well, what if your large bowel like just fucking exploded or fell apart? Where would the blood come from though? Yeah, it's probably like some sort of dissection, as they call it, and just it may. I guess they can have something called an aortic rupture too. Um, yeah, like because whatever it is that causes a person to just immediately lose consciousness, it only takes that long, and then it takes a minute for all that to come up out of you from where it's coming from, up out of your throat, out of your nose and mouth, but you're already gone at that point. Yeah, I mean, in terms of consciousness, I would say he probably wasn't even conscious other than sitting on a toilet. But I mean, I'm just theorizing, like, you would probably think you were throwing up. Yeah, because you're taking a poop, you don't feel good, and you probably just go, oh, I'm going to throw up. And then it's just, yeah, I would think that would feel like throw up. Anyways, like I said, that's what Jerry said happened to Charlie. But he had something wrong with his liver. He could have had something wrong with his liver. I don't know. Not a doctor. I know he had a big, huge belly. So, I think that they have some little bit of mental retardation in the genetics. Um, so, if people were wondering about like different people's body types and stuff, I think that they've got a little bit of mental retardation in the genetics, is what it is, and it's just pick and choose out of the siblings. I think that's really kind of the only two. I don't know about Kathy. Yeah, she might be reduced capacity. I don't know, but I would say that Candy and Tommy definitely are. Yeah. And that's what causes like a flat behind and a big belly like that. And then he would very frequently stand like this. Jim used to do it too. They would very frequently stand like this. Yeah. It's like a presentation. Not to insult James, but maybe he stopped doing it. I don't know if someone in the family was doing that. Yeah, it was like Candy, I think, has done it too. Where you just stand like this with Tommy would do it all the time, just stand in the kitchen like this. And it's not just regular this, it's like he would stand like this with his hands on it, like it's like a pregnant person. It's something to do with mental retardation, I think. Yeah, just there's a belly there, and you just in pause a lot of the times like this. The saving grace for him is he doesn't have to watch his mother die. Definitely. Cindy and I both were saying it. He wasn't, was he there when his father died, or his father died in the hospital? Yeah, I think his father died in the hospital. Yeah, so he doesn't have to be there for the mother dying. Yeah, just I could totally. He would have just been, in my opinion, he would just be like completely lost as a person. Yeah, just the fact how upsetting it was to him this past 2 years with her getting meaner and meaner towards him, because the other people in the family wouldn't know like the change because they weren't living with us anymore. Long with it gone were the days of her fighting with Candy's talking about my son. She was just basically doing that to bother Candy. Yeah, and then it was just constant fights, her telling him to go fuck himself and to shut the fuck up and you're not Tom Kent. Oh yeah. He just thought that they were gonna have like a buddy friendship and they're gonna watch Oak Island. Oh, Oak Island, Oak Island every night. Because he did a wicked lot of talking. So, well, it's kind of advice for Cindy. Yeah, because if she's like, oh, she's getting worse, it's like, I think that she really likes to spend a lot of time by herself, right? Like for safety, you check on her. Obviously, you make sure she's diapered, she has food, water, she's got the TV with the clickers, but she really likes to spend a lot of time by herself now. It's just something I've noticed when you hear how loud it was in this house for 2 years. Yeah. Some of it is probably like a little bit of this. I don't know if you know anything about post traumatic stress disorder or like elevated. Yeah, it's just, it takes a while for you to sort of have a panic attack. Like the level of stress has to actually go down. You go from like shock, and then it has to have a dissipate time, and then you start having like anxiety, panic attacks. Yeah, so I'm familiar with it. I've been living like this. This will be the 14th year of it. I've been living like this, just near continuous. Hopefully tonight I'll be ready to actually have a night's sleep. But it's a daily process where every night you've got to make sure she's at least, did she poop and she's changed and clean and now she's in a bed and she's going to stay there for the night so I can lay down and sleep. I think that's why, to some degree, he was like leaving her laying in the bed for days at a time at first, because he was probably like, is she about to die? Should I leave her alone? But then he realized she was getting like major from laying in pee, right? So that's why I'm like, she's breathing. Cindy's on her way over. Like, this would probably be the only day I'd even do this. I know you go, I don't know if I can actually scream and yell at a person like that. And I don't know if she would react like that to me, but you go, okay, I need you to get in the chair, right? Because I just remember he would be like screaming, get in the chair. And then she's fine once she's up. Yeah, it's just, she does, it's like a process of getting her to agree to get up and get in the chair because she's depressed. So you never know, she might be completely filled with the vigor when she's living with Cindy. Yeah, because I think taking her out of this environment will help her adjust to Tommy not being around. Because it's just, why would Tommy be at Cindy's house? Get it? Yeah, I mean, you're talking about an 89-year-old with, I don't know what you're calling that, dementia, Alzheimer's, something. So why would Tommy be at Cindy's house? And then it's not a constant weirdness like Cindy's talking about it being weird, and she wasn't even living with the guy. Like, oh yeah, that's right. That person's not going to come out of bed, and it's like kind of like her, like this. It's like a sadness of a person's life, right? Where you go, especially when you see the rooms they're living in, you go, oh my god, yeah, just, is that what the people think when they come to the houses like yesterday and go, well, some of them probably negate everything because of the clutter and the filth, right? This place isn't filthy, by the way. It's cluttered. It's not like the other house. The other house was filthy and cluttered. This is just cluttered. It's not filthy. So, anyways, um, Yeah, like you don't smell, Michelle. Oh, it smells like urine in here. It doesn't smell like dog, right? Like your mother's house doesn't smell like dog as soon as you walk in, right? Okay. In case you forgot that other people outside of this family have been in that house. Okay, so anyways, like I saw the room that your mother was in, and I had to clean a lot of it. It was filled with mouse droppings. So, anyways, um, yeah, it's just the nature of the room. You go, oh my god, like you probably like me, like oh my god, dude, you don't make your bed, you don't even have like a comforter. Like there's like people that are clearly like incompetent and depressed. It's tragic, absolutely tragic. And you go, a person like that would have actually, in truth, preferred living in an environment with someone like me, but I was in charge. Do you get it? But they can't do it because you people keep giving them money. That's why. Yeah, it's a whole damnation. I started talking about it at the other house. That's how that happens. That is how that happens. These two people want. I remember when Candy left, Barbara's like, Mary's gonna take care of us. It's a mental disorder, right? Because they'll talk like that, but then scream and dominate you. I can't scream and dominate back at you, and then when they know that you don't have any money, it's fucking all over. You end up with me curled up in a bed in a room like this. He would probably tell himself that that's what she was doing to him. Really, dude? No, you wouldn't let anybody else come here, and you were doing it to me. Right, just, but I mean, he's the one who decided to move all of her stuff here and let her occupy an entire downstairs. Yeah, because he decided he wanted to live in this house because he liked it. Cindy said it was similar to like Tom Kent's house or something. She was talking to her kids about it yesterday, and I wasn't aware of that. I'm not that familiar with Lorraine's house because I was so young when I stopped going over there. Yeah, so I mean, I figured it was similar to his house in Stoughton too. It was probably a combination because I remember I did see that house. Yeah, so you go, it had the downstairs shower, but this is the thing he failed to recognize because she was different after being evicted. It completely changed her. That step she'd have to step over. Like you needed a skinnier wheelchair that you can roll right into a shower. Yeah. So, anyways, she clearly was walking around until December. So, yeah, he wouldn't have known. He wouldn't have been thinking that. But yeah, like this whole setup because you couldn't just put her in one of these rooms because it's too close to your room. He was probably thinking she can't go up and down the stairs, so he stays here. Yeah. So, but you have to still go downstairs to use a kitchen. But, anyways, I don't know. Cindy's got what? She's got like now her whole house is going to be empty. She's got a whole downstairs. It's like an apartment down there that Scott and his baby mama were living in. And then she's got what? Her bedroom and then two other bedrooms. She's got a bedroom right across from hers, and then there's another one next to her, right across from the bathroom. It's like one of those like Italian split level type houses. Yeah. Well, it'll probably work out better because she can probably put Barbara in the one that's across from the bathroom. So it's not like, unless she doesn't mind being right across the way from her. Some people don't care. Tommy didn't care. He was sleeping in a couch right next to her. I'm the type of person you go, no. Like, even this, maybe you can see, she should be getting here pretty soon, I would think now, but she ain't going to be here long. She's got an appointment at 1:30. Um, this was always like a little bit weird because, yeah, this, you see it from this angle. That's like that's the bedroom he was in. That one right there. So it's like right across from the bathroom. Like it, I'm not saying he was a weirdo or anything. It's just the nature of privacy because of taking a bath. I was already thinking that I'm gonna have to scrub it out and bleach it. But the other thing too, I noticed when I got here is this door doesn't lock. The lock on the door doesn't work. But I mean, he never opened the door on me or anything. I know. Could you imagine? Maybe that's why the lock on the door doesn't work. That's freaky. Yeah, just maybe that's why the lock on the door doesn't work. Maybe the landlord doesn't want it to work. I don't know. But we'll assume the best and that things are just a coincidence, right? Where you go. What? Because I showed the room to Cindy and Scott. They'd never been up on the third floor. I didn't point it out that it locks from the outside with a key. That would be why I didn't take that room. So, and at her house, it wasn't always like that. I grew up in that house. It had a lock that you turned like this from the inside where those steps are. Someone switched it out because I'm sure you saw it when you went into the house. Someone switched it out with the lock that required a key from the inside. Why would anyone do that? It's spooky, isn't it? Maybe he thought that he was going to use that as an apartment, but why would it need to be from the inside? That's why it's concerning. It was concerning to me when I saw it. It freaked me out. Because that was once he tried to make that his bedroom, but I think he told me that there was all kinds of mice down there. There was like mice jumping on him and shit. Because clearly they needed an exterminator in that house and for it to be cleaned out because it was like there was too much stuff in the house. That's what mice do. Yeah. So, oh God, I think I'm exhausted. No, I'm not approaching rot. I'm just exhausted pretty much. Emotionally, yeah, I'm just like, especially not sleeping last night. That's a wicked unusual for me. Clearly, that's an unusual event, but usually I sleep every single night. So, no, it's not like I have like the vision of it planted in my head. No, it's already kind of starting to dissipate. So, um, it's kind of like this too, from my point of view. I didn't see like his head or his face, and he was belly down. I didn't see his private parts. So you just go like it was so quick that it's not like you're and you at the time that you open the door, you're not sure if he's dead, but you're pretty much figuring he's dead. Yeah, I mean, just someone like if in my mind I go, oh my god, he's been there since 10 p.m. He never fucking got out of the bathroom like that because I knew that I went downstairs to use her bathroom. And you just go, oh my god, he's got to be dead. He's still the door's still shut from fucking 10 p.m. Yeah, it was like that. Like I knew it, but like when you're looking at something, it's still not. Yeah, until they come and tell you that. Has that happened to other people? Yeah, like a support group for people because they probably go, look, that's what happens. Yeah, like everybody goes in a denial when everyone you people have probably been living with people that maybe you even knew they had a medical condition and like you heard them cough real loud or something and you're like, oh, it's 7 a.m. and the person's not up and you like ignore it. Is that something people do? Yeah. And you just like eventually like at this point I can't ignore it. It's fucking 6:23 in the morning and the door's still shut. Oh god, did it? You're fucking dead. Oh my god. Get it? Just probably. My friend Darlene, that might not be my friend after the last time I went out there, Her husband, yeah, died. People have that, they die right in the bed with them. You wake up to that shit. Yeah, I mean, God forbid that's probably happened to people. I'm sure that's horrifying. Yeah, like they wake up in the night and just like bent over, like maybe they even say, I don't feel good or something, right? And then just nothing but blood, maybe. That's got to be fucking horrifying if that ever would happen. They said that's what happened with Charlie, unless he fell to the ground. And I just remember Jerry saying, I guess, was he not there and he was just conveying what someone told him? But he said that he goes, oh God. And he goes, all of a sudden, just all this blood started coming out of him. That was a liver thing. That was a liver thing. Yeah, just. So, yeah, maybe it's not just aortic things that do that. I was told that Charlie guy had cirrhosis of the liver and they gave him 6 months to live. That's what I was told. That's the one that I laid in his pee to sleep with the bag because he was laying in the alcove in 2021 when they evicted me to the street. Yeah. So it's not I'm used to it, but there's been a couple of people in the last 13 years that I've known, and then people tell me they die, but I'm never there when they actually die. Yeah, like that Charlie guy, I spent a few days with him, not 24 hours a day, but we were both sleeping in that alcove like dawn, and then he died. Yeah, so there's been a few people. So I wanted to know what the hell happened to Brian, if he actually died or not, but there's no obituary for him. I would say he didn't die. It's just all of this internet shuts off and no one seems to give a fuck. Or why would anybody tell me anything about Brian? Why would anybody tell me anything about my 6 fucking children? See how that shouldn't make any fucking sense? I know just right away, within a day, half the fucking planet knows that Tom Kent died. But yet someone won't inform Mary Gladys if her children are dead, if Brian Buchanan is dead, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, seriously, do they have any interest in taking care of their mother who has a fucking medical condition and is gonna die? She just keeps going back to a fucking shelter because you people won't stop this fucking insanity. Anyways, yeah, just the same thing with Brian. I would have been happy to help take care of him because he clearly had issues. I took him to a hospital to find out what his issues were because, right, a person's telling you that they're a drug addict and a drunk, and you're just like not sure if that's really all that's wrong with him. It doesn't mean I'm forcing him to have medical care, but he should be informed if he's got something wrong with him. Look, you're about to die. Okay, well, I'm trying to marry this person so I can die with her. Oh, okay, we're not doing that. She's gonna die in a shelter all alone. Come hell high fucking water. No, we all heard. We all heard. You're gonna die in that shelter all alone. What the fuck? You people are dead set fucking serious with this shit. Like, these people clearly have a pile of fucking family and friends they don't give a fuck about to be making statements like that. It's so insane. Why is that anybody's life goal? No one even talks to you. He started saying that shit to her towards the end, too. I was like, okay, so we're going to pretend we're candy today? Okay. But I think he was actually mad at them. I don't know if he was saying it like bad towards her now that I think about it. I think he was just disgusted because he was beginning to talk to me about it. Yeah, he was becoming overwhelmed with her care and he was becoming disgusted. Yeah, and it probably wasn't just because of her, but he didn't want to address what was going on with me. And you would get that when I was talking about I didn't ask Al for the alimony because I figured he would take care of the children with it. And he just made this face like he just ate shit and went, you're so grandiose. Like, he couldn't even deal with that. Yeah, it was probably just like emotionally overwhelming, and being a psychopath, he can't feel any amount of sympathy for me. Yeah, just I've noticed some people get angry at people like that. That just uh, what did I do with my tweezers? Here comes the rain. It's supposed to be like what, 3 days of it? It's gonna get cold. I'm already starting to feel cold, but I've been having that. Like I'm having hot flashes and getting cold. It just so happens the last conversation I had with him, I believe it's the last time I actually saw him, was is it Monday? Tuesday's yesterday, right? Okay. I know it was Monday morning when I went down in the robe. Yeah, it had to be because I had the same sweatpants on yesterday. Okay. And he says, good morning. We say good morning, good morning. I always say good morning. And then he said something about, oh, were you cold? And I just go, no. And I don't even know why I was that mean. I just go, no. And you could tell he was kind of like, whoa. And then I like started talking because I felt bad. I was like, I don't know why I was just being mean like that. Yeah. So, anyways, he just said it was going to be like 59 degrees, da 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 da. That's typically our conversations about the weather. So, and then I think he said something about being happy that the truck was done. And I go, yeah, I know, that's definitely good. And I'm pretty sure that was the gist of the conversation. We didn't have long conversations. So, and I'm pretty sure, believe it or not, that was the last time I saw him because it was an off day. Yeah. And I just stay in the room, and other than using a toilet. And I usually use it the most in the daytime. And I know I was like talking on a live stream like for like 16 hours. So I probably wasn't using the toilet as much as I usually do. That's why when they were asking me, I go, I couldn't even actually tell you the last time I saw him. I know I talked to him yesterday morning. Right? It's like it probably seems weird living in a house like this that's so close quarters, but we're just all fucked up people. I go, this is just like a really disjointed family, and we're just not. Yeah, we don't have that type of relationship. I'm homeless, and it's kind of, yeah, like the minimal of conversations. But yeah, I think that's the last time I saw him and talked to him. They might have been wondering, like, was it like a 24 hours? It couldn't have been because that's the toilet I use. But I will say this, because I didn't take my walk, I probably was not using the bathroom as much because I use it a million times before my walk. And then the first thing I do when I get back from my walk is use that bathroom. So, yeah, I don't know because I don't look at a clock to see before I go to the toilet. I just know it was about 10 p.m. that I noticed that the door was closed. And I was like, do, 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 do. And then I go, I'm just going to go downstairs and use it. Like, I will do that occasionally, but I don't like to do it. Right. And then I went to bed. And when I got up, I'm like, that door is still fucking closed. I knew it was bad. I don't know. Like at 10 o'clock, I knew it was bad. That's what I'm saying. You just go, yeah. By 10 o'clock, he was probably already dead. But I guess if I could go back in time, but it's almighty, I can't do that. If I could go back in time, I probably would have knocked on the door after 10 o'clock or at 10 o'clock. Like, yeah, uh, just checking, make sure somebody was in there. Because just recently, was it yesterday? I mean, yesterday. Was it actually on Monday or was it Sunday? Yeah, as weird as this is probably God too, as weird as it is, it was it was just recently, like Saturday, Sunday, or that day. The bathroom door was half closed, and he never does that. Yeah, he never ever does that. It's like, yeah, eerie. Whatever he was doing in the bathroom that time, he must have went like this, like And he probably was like, thought it was weird at the time, or he didn't notice, like, why am I closing the bathroom door? Unless he was, yeah, because he never does that, and I never do it. Yeah, because we share a bathroom. Right. It wasn't closed all the way, but it was like half closed. I just remember thinking it was weird. Yeah. But thinking something's weird doesn't mean it means anything. Just yeah, he would usually have a little dry cough in the morning. I noticed too, which is one of the symptoms of that dissection thing. But I just figured it was like some people cough in the morning, or it's because of the smoking. But he hadn't been smoking recently. But yeah, remember when he kept getting like sinus infections constantly when he was at the other house because he was smoking so much drugs? That's why. I'm sure he knew that. Yeah, because he would not want to have to go to the doctor because he knew he was a drug addict. Yeah, I'm sure they're all like that. There must be something like there's a little bit of shame when you're a drug user, and you're probably afraid of your health all the time. I remember when I was bulimic. Yeah, it's a terrible state because you know what you're doing could kill you or make you sick, and you're like frightened all the time. You're frightened all the time by what you're doing. So, in the end, you didn't even have to be that scared, I guess. I was thinking that too. Like for myself, everything's going to be about me, but I was like, it's almost like a presentation to me. Like, all right, so that's how it goes, and it's just boom, and it's over before you know it. Raining. Go down there again, I guess. See if she's ready to get up yet. It's starting to get cold. I don't want to have to put that robe on. It is interesting as it is too. I don't even think the heat is coming on. Did someone shut it off, or we just ran out of fuel? Well, it's April, so she's going to be going to Cindy's anyway. There's a couple of portable heaters, which I am not going to run in the house without him in it. Not downstairs. Like I might, I don't usually get like that, especially in April. I just put robes and stuff on. But if I was going to plug that thing in, I'd run it and then unplug it. Like I'd warm up the room, and I would never go to bed with one of those things plugged in. He had one in the bathroom during the winter time to keep the bathroom warm. And then the times when he hadn't got fuel yet. But yeah, Cindy was talking about the heat being on yesterday, and I explained it to her. I noticed, and it was probably because it wasn't that cold this winter. This winter was the worst in terms of how hot it was in the house. It was like sickeningly warm downstairs. Like sickeningly warm. I'd go downstairs going, oh my God, it's such a friggin' oven. So I don't know if he was like such an oddity where he would walk around with no shirt on with the heat blasting like that. You go, do you think maybe turn the heat down? Unless he thought she was cold. Yeah, it might be that. He thought she was cold, and so he would run the heat like that for her. It's like heat rises. He has a heater in her bathroom too, but I don't, he probably didn't use it last winter since she wasn't even using the bathroom. That's what that yellow thing is in his room, in case people are wondering that we're here. It's a heater, electric heater. Yeah, they don't make them like they used to. Remember that? that Sandra person had one of those old style ones where you can actually see the filament. Those are the ones that probably kill people. Like it's like an open wire turning red. This thing just blows hot air. This, I think, has got something to do with menopause. This is the same thing that happened that Monday. This is the same thing that happened Monday morning. That's why he was. It wasn't even morning. Oh, this is what it was. He asked me if I slept in. He didn't ask me if I was cold. That's right. He asked me if I had slept in, and I go, no. Like for some, I was probably like feeling weird about not doing something. That's probably why I said it. And then I go, no. I was cold. I don't know why I'm cold because he was saying he's like it's gonna be like 59 degrees. He's probably like the opposite of what usually happens. Yeah, he was probably like, you're cold. How are you cold? Yeah, I'm usually the one who has the windows open in winter and stuff. Yeah, because I go, I don't know why I'm cold. I just feel cold. Yeah, but I think it's menopause. I know it's almost noontime. I'm gonna have to probably wake her up. As soon as I got downstairs, I could hear the phone sending. Hello? Hi. Okay. Yeah, I just was. I had to ran back up the stairs because I heard the phone. I'm like, I should probably see if she wants to get up because it's almost noon. But she's breathing and everything. I've been checking on her, but yeah, I don't know if I should go, if I should make her get up or not. What do you think? No, I don't know. But I mean, uh, jeez, no, because you were here till 9:30. Well, she was up this morning when I went down there, so yeah, it's possible she got up after that. Yeah, no, she when I got up this morning and went down there, she was sitting on her potty chair thing, and I said good morning to her, and she said good morning. And yeah, and then she went back into the bed while I was getting my coffee because I went to go see if she wanted coffee, and then I saw that she went back in the bed, and then I talked to her after that too. No, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, well, that's what. Yeah, that's why I haven't woken her up yet. I typically, and on any other day, I would be telling her to get in a chair just to make sure she's dry. Um, no, yeah, but exactly, yeah. I'll probably just wait till you get here and then. Okay, all right, yeah, okay, okay, good, okay. Oh, okay, yeah. No, thanks. Yeah, no, I should be cool. I got stuff I have already, so
Okay, you don't need to.
no.
Okay.
All right.
You did say that you wanted a soda, but I don't know if you can bring it on next one.
No, I had my soda today.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm all set with that.
All right.
Okay. Bye bye. See? Right. And just like that, because she didn't even have a conversation with me. This is what they did to me in 2021. They don't even contact me, and I'm the person living with her because she came and I handed her papers and she left the house with them and called them. They don't even talk to me. They just completely make people street homeless and don't give a fuck. So, Brian, whoever you are, you're going to die, just so you know. And you will not enter into life. You will not enter into eternal life. Okay. Because this is the second time you fucking bastards have done this to me. Just so you know. I know what God is doing. So eventually, I don't know if these people ever ask. Right. Because she's just like, oh, so I did talk to Brian and everything's going to be put into my name. And Tommy was being paid to care for her and da 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 da. She does not give a fuck what happens to me. Right. So he's going out to her house on the 17th. So they're going to make sure that I get fucking evicted to the street before he even meets with her. Okay, so if you folks ever had any questions, yeah, you just go, clearly, I'm never going to meet you, whoever the fuck you are. We're never going to meet or speak for a reason. Yeah, just that fucking disgusting. That, remember when she was sectioned to the VA and that deranged fucking guy comes out and goes, bad news, they were keeping her or something. I go, can I see her? And he goes, no. And then I ended up in the fucking street and went to Washington, D.C. Every single one of these fucking people just goes lights out and they'll never be fucking seen or heard from again. They just go poof. I know, you just go, oh my fucking God. It wouldn't matter how many times something's presented to people, they will still each and every time do the same thing. They like their complete greed and shit takes over. Yeah, like if I don't care. That's why you go like this. You go, okay, so when are you actually going to pack her up and take her to your house? Are you planning on keeping her here until the 16th or? Okay. Because you're making me care for her right now when you're planning on taking control of all of her money and making me homeless. I don't know unless she's still talking about leaving her here. But that's not what she said this morning. She said something about taking her to her house. Okay, so when are you planning on doing that? Get it? Okay, because I don't need to be stuck in a house with her, taking care of her. I have to stay here till the 17th or the 18th or the 19th. I don't want to have to deal with the landlord evicting me. I'm not even on the lease. Right, you go, she's going to have to contact the landlord. Right, because it's called Dedham or High Park. The person's probably going to find out the dude's dead. Yeah, so he obviously wants to know what the fuck's going on, if he's going to get paid or not for April, because he wants to re-rent a house. Just, anyways, she'll be here and she'll wake her up and all that. And you go, yeah, like you're going to need to take her back to your house. And I'm going to need to go to a homeless shelter. So that's all these people do. And you just go, that's why, man, you could just fucking completely flip out and start screaming and never stop fucking screaming. But it is what it is. So she can stay for about an hour and then she's got to go to a doctor's appointment and come back here. Okay. And then you're going to pack up your mother and take her to your house. Get it? I'm not her caretaker. Just like all those people that came here yesterday were told. This is the awesome thing is that this is a rental because a person would do this to a person in the woman's house. I am not kidding you. They would just leave you with the person and you're stuck taking care of them because you're not going to leave a person in the house. And then as soon as she dies, they tell you to get the fuck out because they own the house. Just Scott yesterday, there's no way this is going to work out. No shit. It's just rapid fire. Like, yeah, that's why you're like, all you have to do is give a person like that. That wasn't even 24 hours to think about it. She's presented with all these options and she just does that. I knew that was going to happen. That's why you go, I'm relieved. I don't want to have to care for a person. Yeah, I really don't. I already said that. I don't want to have to care for her or his dog. That's a fucking nightmare. Yeah, I have a medical condition myself, so yeah, I'll probably just, you don't really want to get into these things, but you go, um, when should I expect that you're gonna pack her up and take her back with you to your house? Because like you said, I don't have to leave here till the 16th. I probably won't stay till the 16th to be all honest with you, but I take daily walks and stuff. Get it? Like it's an anchor to me to this house and I could be watching her TV for a day or something. Yeah, so like at this point, you just explained to me that you already contacted the VA and you're doing to me exactly what Tommy did to you and me in 2021. So, yeah, like I don't know, you have all that money coming in and if the handwriting's on the wall, you just go, remember when she thought I was going to get $72,000 in retro from Social Security and she removed me from a shelter? That's why I won't go to her house with her. Yeah, you just go. She would probably, I don't know if she would have me totally taking care of her. No, if you're taking over her money, you're taking her to your house. That's what she said this morning. So she's already decided that in her mind. Yeah, and you just go, I won't have to deal with that. How many phone calls is that today? Like, obviously, there is shit going on, but you go, how many phone calls is that today? Okay, so no, there is no problem whatsoever. Right? It's just, I guess I can bear it for 16 days. I know you just go, what's today's date? So let's see. Well, at some point in time, this is part of the thing. At some point in time, I have to renew a SNAP food card. Since I have no income and no active SNAP food card, and now this is being dragged out where I would be using a SNAP food card. Like I'll be literally sent to the street with Zippo as just, you just go, seriously, dude? Seriously, God? Like, what the fuck? Today's the 3rd. I haven't even checked off today yet. She said that she's been getting all kinds of phone calls and stuff. Okay, good, because you're going to be responsible for all this shit. I'm going to be responsible for fucking nothing but getting myself to a homeless shelter. That's all I have to be responsible for is getting myself to a homeless shelter in fucking Boston. The fuck out of here. I'm sure Barbara's not going to be too happy about this, but she'll be fine after she gets there. Anyways. Nope, I can't complain because that's what I wanted. And clearly, the only way that's going to happen is a person has to be told that she's going to be paid all kinds of money. Yeah. And then once that person agrees to take that responsibility on it's done. That's a lot of activity in a short amount of time. Yeah. What's it called? The Boston Rescue Mission? Yeah, that's right. I have to maintain cordial things because I want to know if I can store a basket of my shit at her house. So I'm probably not even going to need the shit, but clearly that fur coat, if I make it another winter, I don't know if it's actually going to be cold next winter. And when you're fucking homeless, you have to be outside. So it is a very warm coat. Like, I've never got to really fully experience the benefit of the coat because I've only had it for 2 winters, right? And last winter, it was so warm, I barely wore it. And then the winter before, I was here, right? But I did walk it to the food pantry that day when it was like 9 degrees or something like that, or 9 below, and I wasn't even cold. So I would really like to hold on to that coat for sure. Maybe the snow boots I just got. I think I wore them like once or twice. None of those. The ones I wore to the Boston Public Library. So believe it or not, I would probably just take these New Balance sneakers, right? And then we lie upon Almighty God in terms of people when they're homeless. They sometimes give donations for them to have shit on their feet, unless people have gotten that sick now. So I'm thinking I probably won't be back to the food pantry. Uh, yeah, I don't see me going. Like, I registered obviously yesterday because it's just automatic and I didn't know what was going to be going on. But um, with him gone, it's not like he ate a shit ton of food. But I mean, me even just cooking that chicken last night, you go, in the way that my appetite is, I can't see bringing more food into this house. I just went to the food pantry. Yeah, and I haven't even gone in. I haven't even eaten those strawberries. So yeah, I don't think I'll be back to the food pantry. So it'll be just like it was in 2021, where even food will be left here, right? And then the people that come in, I don't think they think anything of anything. And you just go, wow, like, why did these people leave all this stuff here? They probably just think everybody's a scumbag. Oh, and look at this. That's how they talk. And look at this and look at this. Yeah, because probably clutter. That's all that they'll make up. And you go, and look at this. And why would this person leave all their stuff here? Yeah, why would a person do that? I'm sure this happens all the time to the homeless. Yeah, why would a person do that? I know you just go, in a sense, yeah. Even in death, the dude just again gave me the big fuck you. That was his way to Invictus me the fuck out of here and lose all my shit again. Probably because I said you're not doing another Invictus. Anyway, It's weird that the dude's name is fucking Brian. Is that the guy that from the VA? So yeah, I spoke to Brian, and he's going to transfer everything to my name. Of course he is. Of course he is. So yeah, obviously don't talk to anybody named fucking Brian anywhere I go after I leave this house. Just, I'm sorry, I don't really talk to people. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I don't really talk to people. These people can't blend in anyway because God forces them to say things. Don't talk to anybody that works for the VA. Exactly. No, because he was weird. He was acting all and saying weird shit when he told her in what 2021 or to the beginning of 2022 that he was talking to dad and that dad told him to take care of Mary. She didn't do the same stuff when she was mailing me that money on my birthday. Love dad. Remember that? I don't know, maybe he was fucking making fun of her. Or it's just God was doing that. So it was weird when he was saying it, but not you. I would say that God forced him to go and pick me up off the fucking ground in Quincy because I was on the literal ground for 2 months. So at least I got 2 years of laying on a semi on a bed. Then I'll be back to the fucking. I can't be on the ground until I have a SNAP food card. So, clearly the game, like I told you, the game goal is to force me to renew a fucking SNAP card at a SNAP food office. Since they couldn't put me in fucking jail. But that's the goal. Do you want me to drive you there? No. I'll be ready to lay down by the time she gets there. Just, I don't know. I'll look at my phone. That was a lot of phone calls. Ugh. Yeah, because anything that I'd actually run out of, they don't even have at the food pantry. Soda, water, and light cream. Do you want anything? You want a coffee? Nope. And then she said something about the waters, and then she goes, "Oh, wasn't it soda? I don't even think I can do that. I walk to a store, right? So it will just be like, I don't want to I know it's been a day, but uh, when do you think you'll be taking her back to your house with you?" Right, like you already agreed to the VA to take over her care, right? Okay. And then, so she's expected to be at your house with you by the 17th. She might say that when she gets there, like when she's planning on. We'll see how she talks to her when she comes there, when she's planning on taking her out of there. That's originally how she was talking yesterday, within hours of his body being taken out of here. That she goes, "Well, you can stay till the 16th, right?" Okay, so when can we expect you to remove your mother from here, from the house? You're not the landlord, right? Okay. So let Mary worry about the landlord. I'm not even on the lease, by the way, but we'll let Mary. Yeah. Clearly, I don't have tenants' rights because I'm not on the lease. Tommy told me that. I'm not on the lease. I'm a guest here. So I don't have tenants' rights. Yeah, it's not about that. I don't plan on becoming a squatter. Yeah, it's not about that. It's just, will I be able to have even like a couple of nights maybe just to relax and like maybe watch the TV once? Yeah, because she's going to have to figure out how to get that hospital bed to her house, which she can do. She's probably going to have to ask her kids to put it in Tommy's truck or something. Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's just, so when can we expect her to be, yeah, taken back to your house? Maybe she doesn't need the hospital bed right away or something. Yeah, because you'll probably find out that the person who is at the VA is probably also the fucking landlord. They're that criminally insane. Right, because you go, why was this house not a Section 8? Why was these people not given a Section 8? Who cares about corruption? God's killing these fucking people and they can't rebirth. Who cares about corruption? That's a worldly nonsense. Yeah, that's a worldly nonsense. But chances are, whoever this Brian person is, he's probably the same person who owns this house. Because probably tell people they're streamlining it for people that are caring for the elderly. That's pretty streamlined. You don't even find out because no one else is supposed to be living here, right? That's what they tell you when clearly the person knows there's another person living here. She didn't tell this Brian person that there was another person living here, a homeless person. This is probably what happened to people during the eviction ban, right? And that's why the landlords were flipping out. No, I am not a squatter. Nope. I just leave. I don't really want to say too much until she removes her mother from here and doesn't have a reason to come back here and hands over those keys. Okay, like, yeah, you don't have a reason to have those. You don't have a reason to have keys to this house. So, anyways, right, you're not on the lease either and you don't live there. So you don't really have a reason to keep those keys. I'm not sure. I don't know if anybody settled your brother's estate where you would even have a reason to have keys to his truck. That's what your mother was talking about last night. Why do you have his wallet and his keys and his phone, though? That doesn't have anything to do with your mother's personal care. That's Tom Kent's belongings. Well, someone knows when she's talking to these sprinkler fitter people if they're aware that Tom Kent has other siblings besides her. People are just doing the most outrageous, fucked up shit. They all do it, not just her. He has James is his sibling, Mary is his sibling, Candy is his sibling, and Kathy is his sibling. He has 4 other siblings besides you. I would say clearly Candy wants nothing to do with it. Kathy lives in another state and Jim lives in another state. I live right here and you're just railroading right the fuck over me. Because she's gonna, oh, I don't know, but somebody's gotta do it. Okay. No, because she's gonna pay for it. That's why. Because she said the sprinkler fitter people, they give you the money, but they pay you back after you pay the funeral home. They do it on purpose. Hello? They know there's a person living here that has no income. Right? You just go, oh my God, you people are so fucking delusional. just the shit that God has you do, and you go, I don't know if I doubt he tells them later on what happened. It's kind of just so I know. You go, okay, you're all psychopathically insane. Okay. When can we expect you to be taking your mother back to your house? So that's definitely going to be a discussion. Maybe God will put it in her head to start. She's going to plan on maybe doing it today or tomorrow. Right, you go, okay, you already talked to the guy and he's transferring everything. Okay, so you need to remove her from this house. I doubt she's on the lease either. Yeah, I doubt she's on the lease either because she's 100% disabled on a psych. And I think Tommy, was I here when he signed the lease? I don't think this woman signed a lease. Okay. Unless it's done through the VA. Right, you just go, when can we expect you to remove her from the house, though? I'm not her caregiver. You just told the VA you're a caregiver, correct? Okay. I'm not a paid caregiver. I'm a homeless person. Right, so with a medical condition that probably isn't supposed to be providing to anyone any care at all. That's exactly why Tommy wasn't making me do certain things, because I already discussed it with him. Anyways. It's going to rain for days now. Is this what happened with Kathy? Wasn't Kathy called to the Massachusetts? No, she was probably this one. I will have nothing to do with you people. Whatever happened when they drove to South Carolina, I will have nothing to do with you people. Remember that? It was right after he brought me here. And said he was like a month and a half late. I'm telling you, the landlord is probably the same person that this Brian person is. It's probably the same person at the VA. These people are completely fucking deranged. Get it? Okay. This is the military doing this. They set this entire fucking thing up because they thought it was going to be a Tudor show that they never got. But yeah, obviously, since the woman's 100% disabled, she would have to be transferred to another person. That's going to be her caretaker, not Mary. Yeah, because the VA never talked to Mary, so she's clearly not her caregiver. So when can we expect her to be removed from the house? Yeah, because I'm sure they want me out of the house too, being the same fucking people. That's another reason they would do stuff that quickly. That's their goal. They will reach every goal. They're going to win every battle as God kills them all. I explained it. Because I said I wasn't going back to Quincy, which I'm not. I'm going to Boston, which I said. I said that, over the summer? That I'd not go back to Quincy again. I'd go to Boston if I ever had to go to a shelter again. So they're going to win every battle. They become fucking deranged. Everything has to mean everything when your world is fucking falling apart around you. Oh, God. I don't want to have to put this robe back on, but pretty cold. I probably won't even attend the services. Yeah. Hopefully, I will be able to go to the shelter before the services even take place. So, she may decide she just wants to stay in this house until she's ready to go back to bring her back to her house. That's fine. I don't think I have to call a shelter before I go there. You just show up at a shelter. So this situation is so complicated too because they probably have programs to try to help people in times like this, and you go, you're not going to be able to help me because it's a complicated situation where this woman's other child is already called the VA and has already taken over the woman's finances. So you're not going to be able to do anything to help me. These people know exactly what they're doing, trust me. That's why they do it like that. Yeah, like there's a reason why I have nothing to do with people. That's why. So just there was a reason why I have nothing to do with people. I mean, I guess she's gonna be here soon, but I guess I could probably call that police. I've never been there before. Like usually, I mean, I know Father Bill's place. If you called them ahead of time, they're just like, okay. I know, like they don't guarantee you a bed or anything. That's why it seems I don't like to call people ahead of time like that because it seems obnoxious. No, you just go, yeah, street homeless. That would be why you would make sure that a woman doesn't have any fucking children. It is what it is. It's like Wendy Williams. Just, it's all a big fucking delusion. Obviously, as God is killing all these things. They can't stop doing what they're doing because it's a distraction. Right? It's a distraction from their reality. Yeah. You have no idea, like, how disgusted I am with these people. I know, just it seems like it reaches new fucking depths every year. You just and they're so like depersonalized, like they're in these fucking whacked out characters now. They're nothing like they were before 2011. Some of these people weren't that likable already, and you just go, you people are so fucking sick. It is. It's like they decided that they're a royal fucking family and shit, and you're like, you people are so mentally ill. So yeah, I just got off the phone with Brian. Oh God, good for you. Okay, that's why I just handed you the shit yesterday because you would have done this anyway. Yeah, you would have. You would have done this anyway. Okay, bye. Maybe Candy is somewhere going. If she could see this, Candy's somewhere going. Exactly. That's why I didn't even bother talking to her or going over there. Because some of these people continue to talk to people over the last like what 4 years when I don't. Yeah. So like these people are like she clearly doesn't actually talk to her and has like no clue. Like why Tommy and her kept fighting, why Tommy was like wanted to rely upon her, but he kept like getting disgusted with her. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm sure Candy's probably just somewhere laughing, going, that's why I didn't even bother. Like, yeah, like, what is this? And then you go, oh, yeah, and then I already called the VA. And the VA just handed her over to you without talking to her other next of kin. What the fuck? Just complete fucking criminals. I don't want to do it, but I'm just observing what the fuck just happened. You just go, it's what, and then she started going like this. And what time was that? Oh my God. Really? Oh yeah, when she was saying something about her, and then you check? Was she sleeping then? Okay, really? Please, mother of fucking God. That's exactly what she did. I just like paused on the phone, like, she knew she said something fucked up too because she already started like backtracking years ago. I don't know what. Oh yeah, and what was and that was 6:23 or 6:30. Um, I don't know. I mean, I think I got out of bed about 5:30. Am I supposed to be? Is that why Barbara goes around going 3:21, 3:22, 3:21? Is that why she does it? Because what the fuck? I don't do that all every second of my fucking life. Okay, now it's 12:23, and I put the tissue there at 12:23. I think it was about 5:30, and like, why would I even look at a clock when I wake up in the morning? I don't work. But because I didn't sleep last night, yeah, you look at a clock to go, is it reasonable for me to get out of bed right now or try to sleep some more? That's the only reason I even look at a clock in the morning. I don't work. I don't go to school. I typically don't have a person that I have to go down there and care for and stuff. I mean, cut me a fucking break. Yeah, no, no, I am completely incompetent and I'm two-faced and talk about everybody. And when can we expect her to be removed from here so I don't have that responsibility? And then you're going to collect $3,600 a month. You're going to be paid to take care of her, and you're going to collect Tommy's pension. Okay, that's a lot in a day. And then the sprinkler fitters are going to pay you back for his burial services. Okay. And she even said she was going to pay his truck so they wouldn't repossess his truck. She can do whatever she wants. I told her that yesterday. Okay, you do whatever you want. But this is the thing in whatever you want. You got to take your mother out of this house because you don't live here and I'm not her caretaker. I mean, I guess I probably should have just said that yesterday. Right? Like, okay, what day are you going to take her out of here to your house? Yikes. So anyway, like I mentioned, the business about everybody getting studios means you're DM'd. It means to DM, to DM, it means you're DM'd. Right? To DM, not studios. The people that are giving you people studios are just as deranged as some of the stuff you folks are doing now, where you're just defrauding and buying things and being poured out money. And so they like to do the they them and you're worse than them. And they're telling you that you're damned. That's why it's called a studio. I was wondering what was going on with everyone's getting a studio. It means you're damned. To diem, to diem. You need to look it up. You don't speak Latin? Sorry. Yeah, just that's people are completely deranged. There's always going to be, that's what you do is you make up funny words and you say how everybody else is damned. People have been, that was like when Alyssa started calling people Victorias. That is just something that you folks do. Oh my God. This is why, oh yeah, even just the fact of shutting this down, there would be people on a fucking train right now from Quincy coming here. Like, what is this? Obviously, I need to have like support for me. And just when can we expect you to be taking her to your house? Because as you know, it's not even the 16th. The rent isn't even due this month. Like maybe a day or two before I go to the shelter to die would be nice. I know you just go, holy mother of God, man. Yeah, just, it's not even the dark underbelly anymore because people talk about this stuff nowadays, but it's like the dark underbelly of what happens when a person dies. You just go, it's just like when Al's uncle did it to the grandmother. I never even met the dude. That should tell you something. And I was living upstairs in the same house. And then the great when the no, we weren't living up there yet. I lied, but I never met this dude. Okay, and the mother was caring for her mother, Al's great grandmother, and living in the house with her. She raised all her children in it. And this guy owned his own house. And when the great grandmother died, yup, she had to pay him half of the fucking house. They just swoop in and do it. Oh, you'll never see that fucking guy again. Obviously, that would be something Al would have liked to have known back in the day. Like, yeah, you realize that those people just go poof, right? And now you're going to go fucking poof. But yeah, you realize those people go poof. So, purgatory. Maybe stop watching my videos. Yeah, you're not going to like it. Just everything that just happened in the past. That's not 20. What time did she get here? Maybe about this time? In the past 24 hours, what just happened? That is what God does to people. Yep, just every bad thing, every bad decision they do. Sometimes, obviously, he must put like a sinister voice in their head about screwing other people. Get it? Like, this is a way, fuck Mary. She's not staying in that house, and now she can have a person there.